All right, welcome in. This is your Major League Baseball. I've been calling it free pick show, but it really is like the deep dive show where we're going to really get into like 6 or 7 games on the slate. But we are going to give out some free picks for the people that are like, where are the picks? We always give a couple out, and we'll see what comes about. But it is Yankees Red Sox rivalry day, and Brian Leonard. It's kind of as high as the stakes have been in this rivalry in a minute, I would say. Both teams are right in the mix there, really battling it out for a wild card spot because I don't think either are going to catch the Blue Jays. That's just my opinion. So Yankees Red Sox, start of a 4-game set. How are you seeing this one tonight?
Yeah, yesterday we mentioned that a lot of teams would be off today, so it was getaway day. There's still a couple of getaway day games today, but this isn't one of them. Lucas Giolito on the mound here for Boston. Luis Gil going for the Yankees. Yankees looking about a 145 favorite, 8 to the slightly over in this one, which looks like to me a little bit low, if you ask me, when it comes to the totals, because we've had a lot of shootouts between Boston and the Yankees in the past, and the Yankees are hitting really well right now. Giolito going for Boston comes in with a 3.63 ERA, but his expected ERA is a whopping 5.27. A lot of negative regression on the way for Giolito, 1.25 whip. And if you take a look at his StatCast page, the only thing he's really good on is his extension, 78th percentile, 6'6", makes a lot of sense, but he's got a lot of weakness in his game this year, and I think the Yankees could get to him. Expected ERA, 12th percentile, expected batting average, 13th. Average exit velocity 15th, barrel rate 22nd. He only throws 4 pitches, and he only throws the curve 4%. So with a 4-seamer at 50%, when he's less than league average in that regard, and only throwing 3 pitches, this is the Yankees team that I think is going to get to him a little bit here. Also, Luis Gil, 5.14 ERA, 5.16 expected, 1.64 whip. That's been his problem in his career. In 4 seasons, he got a 1.26 whip, but this year it's bad. It was bad in 2022 in a small sample size also. But 2024, he got it down to 119. His fastball velocity, 81st percentile, extension, 88th percentile. Very good in those. But once again, he's only a 3-pitch pitcher. His 4-seam, 44% of the time, but he does throw it at a nice mile per hour of 96.2. So we've got 2 guys with limited repertoires here going against 2 good hitting teams, although the Red Sox aren't quite as hot as the Yankees are right now. If you take a look at the last 2 weeks in WRC Plus, we've got the Yankees third at 137 and Boston struggling a little bit at 88. But this is one of the weaker pitchers that Boston has faced. I like the over here. Getting this at 8, and it's not a getaway game. We talked about that yesterday, and that was the one winner I had at 3 plays. I lost the Brewers, give up 4 hits in the game and lost and left the bases loaded. Kansas City fell apart in extra innings. But I did have that easy under in the Atlanta game, and I talked about it when teams score a lot of runs. I see it all the time. Been around a long time. I should have made that one a higher price than a higher rated play as I did. But this one here, I think Boston, New York over is a pretty good bet here.
Yeah, what a weird day yesterday. I mean, if you had the Pirates and Rockies in a parlay, it was probably like plus 1,000. How many times are those guys going to beat the Blue Jays and Dodgers on the same day? It was just a weird day. A lot of big favorites lost. The Brewers lost, the Royals lost, and they were all, well, the Royals weren't big favorites, but just a weird day. And this is going to happen when you have 162 or 165 games season with a bunch of teams playing. You're going to have these weird games, weird days. And yesterday was an anomaly. So let's get back on track today. It wasn't a good day for me either. So how do I break this game down? I have the Yankees pretty much better than Boston at almost everything, which I'm kind of surprised because they're the worst defensive team probably in all of Major League Baseball. But I do have them hitting a lot better. I actually have the Yankees hitting number 2 in MLB in current form, where I have the Red Sox 21. Big discrepancy there. And bullpen, I got the Yankees 10, Boston 17. The only thing I don't have the Yankees better than Boston at is starting pitcher, but I got Giolito on a curve of 30 ranked 18 and Heel ranked 20. So they're pretty close. So how do they perform against the batters they're facing today throughout their career? Giolito, a 256 average against and a 755 OPS. Not terrible, but not great. But Heel, 28 at-bats against these Boston batters. 143 average with a 343 OPS. That's like unreal. So given the fact that the bullpen and the hitting is better for the Yankees, I'll go with the Yankees here. I haven't made it an official play yet. And what even backs this even better is the Yankees are a great home team and Boston's not so great on the road. They have a losing record. So, I think the Yankees can do it. It's minus 160 where I'm seeing it. A little steep. You could take a -1 and knock about 30 cents off that price. Get the Yankees for like minus 130 on a -1. I think that's a good play.
Yeah, not surprising to me that the Yankees took some money. They've now won 5 straight, 7 of their last 8. They're kind of rolling. I grew up so all my friends are Yankees fans for the most part. All the Siena guys are from down near the city, and the majority of them are Yankee fans. And I can always tell when this team's going to get like unnecessarily hot, because that you gotta, like, if you didn't grow up in New York or with Yankee fans, you can't understand like the irrational confidence that a Yankee fan has. But then it happens, which is the most annoying part. Like once they get going, and you go back to any year. Once the Yankees get a little juice and get going on a run like this, they're hard to stop. They get the timely hit. It's just I know what's coming. They'll probably have a really good weekend this weekend, because if I remember correctly, and someone can check me on this because I don't have it in front of me, the Red Sox played pretty well in this series the previous 2. I know that the Red Sox went into Yankee Stadium when their season was like on the ropes. It looked like it was about to be over, and took 2 of 3. That was basically the turning point in the Red Sox season. They called up Roman Anthony like a couple days later, and that was a huge result for them. So the Yankees remember that. These 2 teams are essentially, they could both make the playoffs, but they're going to be battling it out for a wild card spot. So yeah, it's a huge series. And listen, like the Red Sox kind of lost their momentum a little bit. I think they might have been looking ahead a little bit, but to lose to the Orioles and to lose in the fashion they did, bases loaded, no outs, couldn't get it done, lose the game in extra innings. I think they had a chance again and grounded into a double play. I don't know if the Red Sox with Giolito get off the mat here, especially with Giolito, because he's kind of the one guy in this rotation that I really don't trust at all. We talk about the StatCast page, a lot of blue. I really can't quite fathom how he went on the run he did prior to the All-Star break. And his full season numbers are good, but he's someone that I'm fine playing against. I know he had the good outing against the Marlins last time. Remember, that's a Marlins team now down Kyle Stowers. So that lineup's not going to pack as big of a punch anymore. Prior to that, knocked around by the Padres. He's sprinkled into really good outings, but this Yankee lineup is hitting right now, and it's in the Bronx. Not an easy sort of task for a guy like Giolito, in my opinion. And then he's someone that he comes back from injury. I don't think we've really seen a full, like he's going to build to probably being his best self. And last time out at Cardinals, 5 1/3, 1 run on 4 hits. I thought he looked pretty good. So I'm kind of with you guys. I think the Yankees are the right side here, TB. And then also, Brian, I wouldn't be surprised to see runs in this game, because both of these pitchers are certainly vulnerable. And I think, especially the Yankees, I feel like very capable of the timely hit right now. This has one where if the Red Sox are up like 4-3, like you can like rest assured that someone's getting a timely hit, because that's just how it goes when the Yankees are playing well. Ethan says, you're right, Adam. Red Sox are 5-1 versus the Yanks this season. Dropped game 1 in New York, took games 2 and 3, and then swept them a week later. Yeah. So the Red Sox and mind you, the Red Sox needed those games. Those were huge games for the Red Sox at the time because they were like in danger of being like 10 games under 500. So the Yankees will not forget that. I think you're going to get a big time effort from a team that's got all the momentum right now. So yeah, I'm with you guys on, I like the Yanks. All right, let's move on. Let's move on to, I guess we got to, let's talk this game for a second because there's some interesting stuff going on here. So a couple people got burned on the Dodgers yesterday. Yeah, wasn't expecting that. The Rockies got him not only once, but twice in this series, Brian Leonard. And now it looks like Shohei Ohtani is out of the lineup today. So it's like we've got a getaway day out in Coors. Chase Dollander's kind of the one guy that I feel like has a little bit of upside when you're talking about Rockies pitchers, where he might not be a total like grease fire like the rest of the rotation. But it's Clayton Kershaw who's been kind of good, very good. I think he's been very good, all things considered, for where he was supposed to be this year. So Dodgers Rockies, game 4 of 4. Can the Rockies steal another one at Coors Field today, Brian?
I'm going to make this game, part of this game, my parlay piece for today. Dodgers Kershaw going against Olander. A lot of money's coming on Colorado here because of the situation. Right now, you're getting Kershaw probably about a 240 favorite with a total of 12. This is a getaway game. And I talked about this yesterday. And we've already established that the Dodgers are going to get up for division rivals that are competitive. They got to fly back to LA and they host the Padres again. So this is a meaningless game for them. I know they lost 2 out of 3 here in Colorado, but they have to score 8 runs to go over their team total. 8 runs in this game, in a game that's a getaway game, and they've got to fly back home to play San Diego. I don't see that happening, especially without their best player, the best hitter, who's out of the lineup. That's going to be my my best bet here. We're looking at the team total, excuse me, not the team total. The team total on the Dodgers under 7.5. You can get anywhere from minus 119 to minus 135, but basically it's about 127. So I'm going to play that. The LA Dodgers team total under 7.5, minus 127, meaning they got to score 8 runs to lose that game. I don't think it's going to happen, even in Colorado. And so that's my play on this one. And on a day that we've got a limited amount of games, I'm going to get that up. That one I had circled coming in. So we'll see how that one goes. It takes the balls to play the Dodgers lineup under in Colorado. But keep in mind, Muncy's still out of the lineup. And they're without their best hitter and one of the best hitters in baseball.
Yeah, who would have thought a team total of 7.5? That's pretty unreal. I mean, Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts are going to have to hit a lot. Teoscar Hernandez hasn't quite been the same guy as last year since the beginning of the season. And Conforto, invisible. They're bringing up, they got some young guys in their lineup that we haven't really heard much of, and they're starting to play them because the Dodgers have the worst manager in baseball, and they probably feel like they're in the playoffs no matter what. So why not just let some guys get some at bats, right? I couldn't argue with that. That 7.5 under. Here's an interesting stat. Clayton Kershaw has amazing numbers against the Colorado Rockies, a 193 average against and a 540 OPS, but not all of those numbers were accumulated in that monkey ballpark. And, he's not the same pitcher he was when he put probably most of those career numbers up. He's always been one of those amazing regular season guys. And he's not that anymore. He's an innings eater, though. He's a respectable innings eater, a lot like Louis Castillo. And, he's got respectable numbers. I think, man, though, Adam, that young guy, that warmer guy for Colorado, man, he's electric. He's fun to watch, man. They got some good talent on in that lineup. I hate to say it. I'm not touching this game with a 10-foot pole. I have no idea what to expect. The Rockies have the better bullpen, and the Rockies are hitting better. Plus, the Dodgers are missing the best one of the either number one or number two best hitter in all of baseball. So, yeah, I'm staying way away from this.
I agree with Brian. I would be inclined to find a way to back the Rockies here. I don't know if it's like the alternate line. Maybe you can find a 2 or a 2.5, take the plus money with the plus 1.5, or just play Brian's under team total. Because, you know, Sean in the chat, he basically was like, why would you want to play the Dodgers right now? And I agree with that. They're not playing well. They haven't played well all series. They really have a huge series coming up. So it is a getaway type day where historically this would not be a spot where you would probably get their best effort. And at least for the Rockies. So, you know, they're a young team. So I've kind of talked about this with some of the other teams. When you get these young teams that don't know better and they play one good game, or in this case for the Rockies, a couple good games, they start to believe a little bit. They don't know that they're bad, right? Because a lot of these guys have just come up through the minors and they're just happy to be playing big league ball. Warming Bernabel is the gentleman that Tokyo Brandon referenced. He's awesome. Like, he's going to end up being a good player. He hasn't been around for all the losing, and a lot of them haven't. So it's like, it's just a different attitude than a team of guys that have just been getting their teeth kicked in all year, right? Like, a lot of these guys just came up. They're thrilled to be like, how excited do you think some of those guys are getting their first, you know, one of their first cracks at the Dodgers? Like, that's got to be fun for them. All the energy is going to be on the Rocky side. Then you talk about a guy like Chase Dollander. So I think what will be the key to Brian's under, I mean, this is a former first rounder. This was a 9th overall pick in 2023. He's not, I mean, it's not his fault that the Rockies drafted him and are doing their best to ruin him. That's not his fault, right? Like, he's still a guy that came in with the big time skill set, first round pick. And, you know, you look at, you know, he's throwing, you know, he throws a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. He's going to have to figure out, the problem with him is, like, the curveball doesn't do what he expects it to do at altitude. And he's got to figure out what his pitch mix is. He's also got to command better. He's been all over the place, and that's why he's gotten sent down at times. I don't think they're sending him down because they don't think he's like MLB caliber or MLB ready. They're sending him down because he goes through stretches where he doesn't throw strikes. But this is, I think, the 3rd time he's been called up this year, pretty much at this point. That's probably going to start to improve. And, like, I mean, listen, if you can throw 98 with movement and it's a decent fastball, you're going to at least, like, go look at Brandon Pfaadt yesterday, or his whole career. Like, you can hang around as a starter in the big leagues. So where he's getting priced at this point, I feel like they're pricing him like the other bums in this Rockies rotation, the Senzatellas, I know Tanner Gordon pitched okay yesterday, but I think that was more on the Dodgers. You know, Gomber. Those are not really big league guys. Chase Dollander is very likely a MLB pitcher. Like, even if he doesn't end up being that in Colorado, like, this guy is a major leaguer. He's got the sort of upside of being like a top, you know, like someone that ends up in a rotation for a long time. So I think you can bet on the Dollander upside. And for that reason, I'm just going to, I guess I'll echo Brian's sentiment on that under, because I wouldn't be surprised if he pitched well. And I also wouldn't be surprised, Sean. Yeah, why do people keep betting the Dodgers? I don't know. I'd probably run it back with the Rockies, especially if you've been playing the Rockies all series. No reason to try to reinvent the wheel at this point. So yeah, I'm kind of with you guys there. All right, let's talk about this one. Mark Hinson says Royals that was a tough one. Felt like the Royals had it. Even when it was tied, it did feel like the Royals were going to get it done. You know, I know they had 5 straight wins, but man, did they need that game in terms of getting back in the mix in that, or staying in the mix in that wild card race. But they get another chance today, day game today. 2 of our favorite guys on the show here, Brian Leonard. It's Patrick Corbin, Michael Lorenzen. Royals a slight favorite. Are you running it back with Kansas City here?
I think I may be. I think there's some value here on Kansas City. You know, the Royals are now in second place. They've passed up Cleveland. They're second place in the division. They still think they can make the playoffs. I believe they have about a 20% chance of making the playoffs. At this point, just about everybody's locked in. There's like one spot available in each league, but they're a team that, if you remember, they've had some success in the past, getting to the playoffs on teams we didn't expect to be that good, and they've done very well. Corbin going for Texas against Lorenzen, not the two best pitchers we could look to play on, but Corbin, the longer the season goes, the closer his number gets to where it was the last couple of years. He looked really good coming over to this team, but he still comes in with a 4.45 ERA, 4.52 expected, 1.38 WHIP. His Statcast page is a little bit better. He's turning out to be about an average pitcher this year. He does throw 3 pitches the majority of the time: his slider, his sinker, and his cutter. But he's been pretty good, but he's not as good as he was earlier in the season. Michael Lorenzen is a guy who's an innings eater. We talk about this all the time. Comes in with a 4.43 ERA, 4.26 expected, 1.30 WHIP. In his career, he's been around for 11 seasons. He's not somebody that anybody ever searches for to put in their rotation, but he's an arm that is going to get you innings. Last 3 years, 153, 130, and this year 103 innings so far. And you can make a good career out of doing that. Like I said, 11 seasons in Major League Baseball. He's got a 500 record. So he does throw a lot of pitches. He got 7 different pitches, none of them more than 24% of the time. So I really like that. Kansas City, if you look at the two teams based on the way they're playing now and what's going on, Kansas City's clearly the better team. Texas, 2 weeks ago, they thought they were going to be in the playoffs. They have fallen apart. This is a lot of veteran players on this Texas team. You mentioned that, especially the pitching staff is a lot of veterans for Texas. They were 2 weeks ago. They had a chance to make a nice season. I don't think they have it now. They did get that victory in extra innings yesterday. I think Kansas City bounces back here. And if you're looking at the numbers, it would show, if you give Kansas City a normal home field advantage, it would show these teams are equal. I don't think they are. I think at this point, Kansas City is a much better team. I prefer the Royals in this game.
Guys, go to our page at WagerTalk.com. All 3 of us have a page. Click experts and you'll find what we're offering. We put up free plays almost every day. This show is more of a analysis and sharing knowledge and giving you guys information to make better judgments. But we actually give free plays on that website. So go to WagerTalk.com and check out what we got. I have my MLB play out today, and I'm sure these guys will if they don't already. So I don't have these teams even at all. I have Kansas City much better than Texas. And I like Lorenzen a lot better than Corbin. I know Corbin hate is overrated because he did pitch really well at the beginning of the season. He's not terrible, but I like Lorenzen. Not a lot of people like him, but I actually kind of like him. If you look at how he's pitched against these Rangers in his career, he's got 25 at-bats against a 240 average and a 665 OPS. Not bad. A little bit better than average, but Corbin against these Royals in his career, he's got 83 at-bats against. They have crushed him. 289 average against and an 828 OPS. So definitely starting pitcher is in favor of Lorenzen. And take it even further. Corbin at home is where he's actually looked good with a 3.65 ERA at home, but a 5.17 ERA on the road. Lorenzen, great home pitcher. He's got a 3.40 ERA at home and a 5 on the road. So everything points to the Royals here. It did yesterday too, and they lost. But, this is gambling. You're not going to win every single game that you bet. But you have to bet based on probability and which way you think the wind's going to blow today. And I think the wind's going to blow in favor of Kansas City. They have the much better bullpen, and they have the much better lineup. So it's all systems go for Kansas City, in my opinion. As a matter of fact, I'm going to make that my parlay leg. I don't know what the number is right now. Hang on. I'm seeing minus 120, almost no juice at all. That's great. That's a great number for Kansas City, the better team. What do you see, Brian?
The only concern I have is the bullpen sets up a little bit better for Texas than it does for Kansas City here. But that's still it's a bargain to me at 120. You can get,
I agree.
115's out there right now. So if
Yeah,
shop
I was
around-
going to say I actually see quite a few minus 115. I think I see more minus 115, minus 116 than minus 120. We'll give you minus 115 there.
Although the bullpen situation might be better for Texas, I think the bullpen talent is much better in Kansas City's favor. I got Kansas City ranked 8 in current form, and I got Texas ranked 25. So no matter what the situation, I think Kansas City has a leg up in that department.
Greg Carpenter says, "Why is my comment pinned?" Well, because I had to comment on it. He says, "Love when Trigger goes on his opinionated rants for 2 minutes." It's like that's the show.
That's what we're doing, guys.
We wouldn't have a show. So I pinned it because I
have no opinion.
I pinned it because I liked the comment. I wanted to remember to grab it. So we love you tuning in, Greg, and everyone. And yeah, that's the show is us sort of ranting for an hour, and hopefully some of these rants turn into good opinions that are actionable info. Clock Cage, Red Sox Yankees opened the show. So as always, if you missed the any part of the show, you can go to the WagerTalk YouTube channel. This show will always be up on demand. And we opened the show with Red Sox Yankees. So while you're over there finding the on-demand show, feel free to like and subscribe. Especially subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. That helps the show tremendously. Tokyo Brandon was talking about the wind blows. Well, I hope the wind is blowing out here because I think over makes the most sense in this game. The only thing I agree with the Royals. The only thing that like maybe gives me a little bit of pause is that the Royals are not great against left-handed pitching. WRC plus has been in the bottom of the league all year against lefties. But Corbin this is my guy, Clay, New York native, Patrick Corbin from right here in my backyard. I've rooted for him his entire career. I've watched him his entire career. Sadly, I think he's running out of gas on the season. He has not made it out of the 5th inning since like mid-July, like last 4. I don't think he's gone longer than 5 innings in any of his last 4 starts. Last start got totally bombed by the Blue Jays. Start before that, the Phillies were on him. They kind of pulled him before the real damage happened. 3 innings against the Yankees, 6 hits. Again, probably a little bit fortunate to only give up 3 runs in that game. So even though the Royals do struggle against left-handed pitching, I could see them getting something here. And if they can't get it here, they can at least probably get him out of the game by the 4th or the 5th. And, both bullpens were used a little bit last night. So maybe you get some runs at the end of this game. On the other side, I really don't want Michael Lorenzen. I know he's, he kind of like what. So here's the deal with both of these guys. On a given day, they can be great, right? Like they're both veterans. They've both been around forever. On a given day, they can be great. Most days, they're not going to be as great. That's the thing. Like right now, most days, the rest of the year, I don't think Lorenzen's going to be great. I don't think. And I especially don't think Corbin's going to be great. If you're looking at like here to the end of the season, my gut tells me that Corbin gets bombed more often than he goes out and throws a gem. So, Lorenzen, like he's got. I just root for him because we don't listen. Central New York doesn't produce many like
arms.
15-year big leaguers. So you root for the hometown guy, but I'm also just being realistic. I wouldn't be surprised if the Royals found a way and then there was runs late. And at the same token, like we saw runs late yesterday, that's something I've said about the Rangers all season. Collection of bullpen arms is good, but high leverage, not so good, right? So it's like they don't have guys that I trust in like that big time leverage spot, which is why I was surprised they were able to win last night. I kind of think you're going to get runs here. So I'm not going to lock this in yet, but what's our current total on this one, Brian? Do you have it up right now?
Yes, looking at 9. You can get 9 minus 110 up to minus 115 to the over.
Yeah, like a 9 flat here makes a ton of sense to me. I could absolutely see both of these teams getting to 4. And if you have a 4-4 game at any point, you're free rolling. I mean, you can't lose it. So, Yeah, I'll call this one over. I'm not willing to like close out the parlay yet, but I'll I think, I think this is a pretty solid over. Sorry, TB, were you going to say something?
No, I
Oh.
was scratching my chin.
I will say that the wind is blowing in, but it is supposed to be a hot day, and overall, your runs expected are going to be 10% higher than a normal game. So even though the wind's blowing in, we still should see some runs here.
Can't argue.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some runs. All right, let's go to a day game. I lost the comment, but there are some people that really like this spot for the A's, and I really can't agree. I can't disagree with them. The Twins have sort of, they go out and play hard every day, but this organization clearly is not worried about winning right now. If they were, they would have guys like Mick Abel would be in the majors, Taj Bradley. Like instead, they continue to. Who are they running out there today, Brian? Is it Arena? Is he going to start? I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? Why are we trading? Why are we trading for Mick Abel and then having him just start at St. Paul when he was basically in the Phillies rotation earlier this year? So explain that to me and then talk to me about the A's, because when this team gets going, they start to win games. I would run it back with the A's here. What do you think?
Well, here's the situation with Minnesota. They don't care if they win or lose. The players do. The management doesn't.
Exactly.
They're out of the playoffs right now. They'll get a good chance to look at some younger players, but that's not their priority. They're looking for a couple years down the road. Jack Perkins is going for the A's. 4.28 ERA, 3.16 expected, 1.13 whip. I really like him. He has not performed quite as well as I thought he would do, but he's a young pitcher, and it takes a while. But he's got a lot of red on the StatCast page, even though it's only 33.2 thirds innings on the season. But he's good. And the only concern is his walk rate. His walk rate is 10.1, strikeout rate 25.2. So that leaves him at 15.1, which is slightly less than league average. But I think he's got a bright future. One of the few guys here in this the Sacramento A's or wherever the A's are going to be playing. But in their future, he's going to be around. Jose Urena, there was an article I read today. He's a fantasy guy. It goes by John in Pittsburgh, Jon in Pittsburgh. And he put out the worst Sierras from 2021 through now. And Jose Urena is in the top 10. This guy continues to get jobs in Major League Baseball despite 11 seasons. He's 44-77. Granted, wins, losses don't mean that much, but he's got a 4.74 career ERA. This year, his expected ERA, 7.23. He's just not a good pitcher, and he's got good fastball velocity. That's it, but he throws the least amount of his 4 pitches. So his fastball velocity is better than league average, but yet he doesn't throw it enough. Only 13% of the time. He doesn't have his other pitches aren't very good. A lot of blue on his StatCast page. I think the A's are going to have some success here. The problem is I'm not so sure it's going to go over this number. We're looking at a total of 9.5, slightly to the under. I do like the A's to score. Let's take a look at this team total here. We're looking at the A's team total. They got to score 5 runs for you to get a winner, and you got to lay maybe 125 here. So, can they score 5 runs in Minnesota against Urena? Probably, but that would probably be the way I would look at this. I don't have anything in disagreement with the A's, but I think the offense will do better than the number. Slightly over here with the 5 is what I would go with.
Guys, I've released my MLB play for the day, and I'm sure these two guys will have something up as well. Go to WagerTalk.com and see what we have. Take the 10 seconds to go to our pages and see what free plays we're offering today. Leave a comment on the replay of this too. We will engage with you, and it's always fun because you guys are the most knowledgeable audience of probably any Wager Talk show that I've ever seen. Regarding this game, I love the A's actually. Perkins is I don't know a lot about him, but I looked at his stats and he seems to be pitching well. My numbers say he's mediocre. So mediocre, I'll take mediocre any day over Jose Urena. The A's have the number 4 bullpen and the number 3 lineup in MLB in current form. That's pretty impressive. I focus a lot of my numbers on current form, so some of the numbers may be skewed with one blow-up game if they score 12 runs in a game or something. So it'll skew it a little bit. But there's no doubt that the A's lineup is power-packed, and they have a lot of young guys, and they're an exciting team. And the bullpen, surprisingly, is performing well, which has been this ball club's Achilles heel in years past. So I think the A's are firing on all cylinders right now. And if Perkins can be average, I think average will be good enough against a Minnesota Twins team that traded 40% of their roster at the break. I love the A's in this situation. I haven't played it yet, but I think I might. I forgot why I didn't play it. It's only minus 125. It's a good number. I think you'd be. I mean, I might make this a play after the show.
Brian, is that lower? Is A's up to minus 125, or is it like?
No, it's actually you can get them 110 at
wow,
Bet Online, but it's about a 115 favorite overall.
Jose Urena. Let me add this. Jose Urena actually has been pitching well recently, which is probably why when I looked at this, I didn't play it yet. But he's awful. What he pitched for the Marlins before. He's awful. He's an awful pitcher. I don't know how he must be stringing decent starts together with like Scotch tape and Band-Aids because he's not a good pitcher.
Yeah, I mean, I did notice that his numbers were like somewhat respectable this year. I mean, he's been on like 4 different teams already this year. I'm pretty sure. Like he was up here in Syracuse in April because I saw him pitch at a game. I think he ended up in like the Blue Jays organization. I think this is literally his like 6th team. If you count like AAA teams and Major League teams, I think he's been on 6 different teams this year. So he's bounced around a ton. He surprisingly pitched okay. The thing is, like, I don't think you're going to see him go super deep into the game. And the biggest issue right now, well, the biggest issue for both of these teams, but it's a huge issue in my opinion for the Twins is their bullpen. Why? They traded their whole bullpen away. So all of their top bullpen arms were traded away. And you talk about like, they were able to survive last night, but this team doesn't have really any leverage bullpen arms. And even with the A's kind of being in the same boat, I don't know. I still think there's more upside to the arms the A's have because they really just traded Mason Miller away, right? Like they still have some of those other guys that have been in the pen have been down there all year. The other thing I like is the fact that like Jack Perkins is probably going to be a pretty good starter in the big leagues. I mean, he's the one with the upside. 2025 stats combined, big leagues and AAA this year, a 1.02 whip, 68 strikeouts in 44 innings pitched. Like this guy is probably the real deal. I have a couple of buddies that are big time A's fans, and they are high on him. They really like Perkins, and he kind of got bombed. I think it was the Diamondbacks game. Maybe he didn't pitch particularly well. Doesn't have the best numbers at the big league level yet, but last time out against the Angels, 5 innings, 3 runs. The start before I cashed a ticket with him against the Orioles, 6 innings, 3 runs, 7 strikeouts last time out against the Angels. I think he's trending in the right direction. And this Twins lineup right now is like mostly 4A guys. Right? Like it's like they don't have a really like much punch in this lineup either. So I think this is a decent setup for Perkins. And then you get the A's who always seem to play better when they have a little bit of momentum. This team is so night and day. When they're playing bad, it's really bad. When they're playing good, it tends to be good for like stretches. And then to wrap it up, they profile better against right-handed pitching. So again, like it's really like the perfect, I feel like, mix to sort of want to back the A's again. I'll throw that. That'll be my parlay late. A's money line. What do we say we can get? Minus 115?
Minus
We'll call it
115 is all over. Yep.
Yeah, I may throw that in. I may make that a client play too. I'll have to think about it for a minute, but that is going to be that's going to be the parlay leg. So this might be a record. We have already locked the parlay in with 20 minutes to spare. So yeah, I'll read it, and then I'll read it again at the end of the show. We've got Royals money line, A's running line, Dodgers team total under. I'll read it with the price at the end of the show as well. But we're not going anywhere. We still have plenty of show to go. 20 minutes left. Go ahead, Brian.
Can I throw a game out there?
Absolutely. What do you want to talk about?
Let's take a look at this Houston-Baltimore game. You got Jason Alexander going against Brandon Young. Last time Brandon Young threw the game of his career, and we saw the same thing coming out of Cleveland with Williams the other day. Threw 126 pitches, came close to a no-hitter, and he got bombed just coming out the next game. I have a feeling Young is a guy I want to go against here. Jason Alexander is another guy who has been pitching better than I think he is. The problem is Houston's offense is dead in the water. They didn't score well again yesterday. In fact, this is a quick rematch. They just played at home against Baltimore just, a week ago, and they played 3 games against this terrible Baltimore pitching staff, and they scored a grand total of 5 runs, including being shut out twice. So 45 years of doing this tells me I think this game goes over, but yet Houston is hitting so bad right now, it's hard to do it. In fact, this game opened up at slightly over 9. Now you can get 8.5, slightly over on the 8.5. I'm going to fade the line move here. You get these feelings. Neither one of these pitchers are very good. And Baltimore's a good hitting stadium, so I'm going to play this over 8.5. Other than the situation, I don't have the numbers to do it because Houston's just not hitting well. Just got one of those feelings that they've gone against some pretty good pitchers in the past, and now they get to go against Young. They just played Baltimore a week ago and were embarrassed. I think Houston breaks out of their slump today, and we'll see how it goes the rest of the few days. But I like this game to go over.
Everyone, do us a huge favor and go to the replay of this and give us a comment. It helps the algorithm. It helps let WagerTalk know that you are interested in our show despite football season starting. Regarding this game, I completely agree with Brian. When you've done this for a long time, you notice certain things just work out for some odd reason, and they work out that way a lot. When a guy has a no-hitter or close to a no-hitter or pitches like almost a perfect game or a perfect game, the next start, he almost always gets bombed. I don't know why, but it almost always happens. Not like Nolan Ryan, those type of elite pitchers, but I'm talking like modern era pitchers, like maybe since the year 2000. It always happens, especially with like a virtual no name like Young. I don't say he's a no name, but he's a young guy and not a lot of people. He's not a household name. So these guys, when they have a super game like that, they usually come back and get bombed. But I totally agree with Brian again that I don't like the Astros lineup. If this was any other lineup, if this was the lineup that ranked in the top 10 of Major League Baseball, I would be all over their team total, 4.5, 5.5. I don't care. Give it to me. But the Astros are hitting right now. They're hitting 30 out of 30 teams in current form. That's just awful. I think they had 2 games of 0. And then the day before yesterday, they scored 1. And then yesterday they scored 2 or something like that. I mean, they've scored 3 runs in 4 games. That's really pathetic. So I'm not going to bet it, but if I were to, that would be the way I would go. But given the fact that Houston couldn't hit their way out of a wet paper bag right now, I'll probably stay away from it.
I will say that game that he went 8 innings, gave up 1 hit, 6 strikeouts, no walks. That was against Houston. So Houston is getting a chance to see him twice in 6-7 days. I know Houston's offense is really struggling right now, but you've got to think he can't do that again. We'll see. I don't know. Like I said, I don't have a lot of numbers pointing towards it. I've just seen this thing happen so many times. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I think they get to him today.
Memphis Money says you can see Adam talk himself into the A's just now. Yeah, that'll happen sometimes. And for my next trick, watch me talk myself into the Orioles. I don't disagree with runs here. That is it's probable that there's runs in this one, and I don't disagree with an over. But and I would listen. Are you going to get 8 scoreless from Brandon Young again? Probably not. But listen, he was a guy, they were going to send him to A-ball to work on some mechanical stuff, and then they needed him as part of a doubleheader. So instead, he was optioned to Aberdeen, which is high A in the Orioles organization. He was set to make a start, and they said, crap, we got rained out, doubleheader, need a 27th man. Brandon Young, you're up. You're the guy. He went out 2 runs on 6 innings, 2 runs on 6 hits against the Blue Jays, got a win. And so right now, if you basically where Baltimore is at with their rotation, if you do something good, you get to hang around. Like there's not that many options. So you throw a game like that and they're like, all right, we'll let you stay around. Right. Like, and so I think he's worked through his mechanical stuff. I still think they worked on his mechanics, but I kind of think they've just done it at the big league level because they haven't had the luxury of having someone else. And he was already up, probably didn't want to use another move. So it made sense to sort of let him battle through it. So far since that day, he has a whip under 1, and his whip in August is 102. Batting average against his whip since that Blue Jays game where they clearly saw something that they wanted him to go back to A-ball and fix. His whip is under 1 since then, and he goes 8 innings of 1 hit ball against the Astros last time out. Now, do the Astros maybe have a little bit of an advantage, I guess, having just seen him? Yeah, I guess they do, but they're going to have to figure it out. And the Orioles just saw Jason Alexander, so they have the same edge because Jason Alexander actually pitched pretty well against the Astros last time around. 2 runs, 6 innings, 2 runs, 3 hits, 6 strikeouts, no walks. So the over makes a ton of sense from that standpoint. But if I was going to pick a winner here, I'm going to go back to the Orioles. I'm going to go back to what I said earlier this week. I think that it might be too little too late, but this team dug themselves too big of a hole. They're playing their best ball right now. And they went to Fenway, got 2 huge wins earlier this week, taking that 2-game set. The vibes are high. And what do I always say about the Orioles? Where do you want to back the Orioles? You want to back the Orioles at home, where they're playing 500 ball this season, as opposed to them being 8 games under on the road. And you want to back them against right-handed pitching, because this lineup is so much better against right-handed pitching. And here you get both of them. So listen, the Orioles are a team that, they're not going to play their way back in from 8 games out. But I just think that this team, with the younger guys that were just called up, the Basalos, the Jackson, Dylan Beavers, there's good vibes around this team, and they're at home, and they have a nice setup. Orioles minus 105. Again, I may have just talked myself into that one as well. We'll see how the day goes. That one's a little bit later. But look at that. We have a Nova Pallet Depot, new member. Appreciate you guys doing it mid-show. That's huge. Again, I can't stress it enough. The subscribes to the YouTube channel are huge for us. And it's free and it takes 2 seconds. So if you can just give us those subscriptions on the YouTube channel, the bosses are happy, and it really helps the show. We very much appreciate it. We still have time. Let's get another game in here. Okay. Let's talk about it. Brian Leonard unfortunately lost with the Brewers last night. It was a tough loss. I know he had a big play on them. If you didn't watch the game, it was, in my opinion, somewhat unfortunate because someone hit, I forget who was at bat, but they hit an absolute laser off Palencia that if it was hit anywhere else, wins that game for the Brewers. and it happened to go right at Nico Horner. And if you watch at least I was watching, I think the Cubs broadcast, Brian, they like kind of didn't show it till late. I thought it was a hit. Like that, I didn't think there was any way that ball wasn't a hit, and somehow it was in his glove. And Palencia is out there like he won the World Series, just made a great pitch, even though that was probably 110 off the bat. So give the Cubs credit where credit is due. They have battled back. They've taken 3 straight games in this series. One more, and maybe we have to put them back in the conversation in the NL Central. But the Brewers could shut that down today if they can win. How are you seeing the finale, Cubs-Brewers?
Yeah, like you said, that Chicago still got a 91% chance to make the playoffs. So I don't think they'll pass up Milwaukee in the division, but they're in really good shape to make the playoffs here. So the urgency is not there for Chicago. The urgency obviously is not there for Milwaukee. I'm a little bit surprised. I know the wind, the park factor today, the wind's blowing in at Wrigley. It should be 18% less runs than normal. And it is, it's an afternoon getaway situation. But they brought this line, it opened to 7. They brought it down to 6.5. Now it's 6.5 to the over. But Priester and Imanaga, good pitchers, but I don't consider them aces. And you only need 7 runs to go over here. Somewhat interested in that. If you're taking a look at the pitchers, Priester, 3.48 ERA, 3.84 expected, 1.24 whip. He's great in the ground ball. So I can virtually say with a lot of confidence, if you're playing home runs for any of the Cubs batters today, I would not do it because the wind is blowing in. You're getting a total of 6.5, and Priester's in the 96th percentile in ground ball rate. So if you do have a book that you can bet against those guys, this is probably a good thing to do. And of course, Brandon will always tell you not to bet home runs over. He said about that about all year long. He thinks it's a sucker bet, although other guys have a little bit of success with it. But anyway, so Priester's going for the visitor. We got Imanaga comes in with a 3.06 ERA, 3.58 expected, 0.95 whip. On the opposite side, he's only in the 4th percentile in ground ball rate, so he can be beat by the long fly, but it helps him when the wind blows in. He's in the 95th percentile in the walk rate. In his 2 seasons in the majors, last year, 4 walks percent, and this year, 4.7. He doesn't put a lot of people on base. He's not going to beat you with his fastball, only the 8th percentile in fastball velocity, but he does throw it 50% of the time. That is a concern for me. And he does it 2 miles an hour lower than league average. Basically, 3-pitch pitcher. I'm probably not going to get involved here. Overall, it's a smaller card, but it's interesting that the line has gone down, and I think it's all because of the wind blowing in. We'll see what happens. I don't want to play under 6.5, I'll tell you that, with these 2 guys on the mound. I think they can struggle a little bit.
I agree with Brian here. I think the Chicago wind's a little overrated. The fact that they hold the lines until they get the weather reports, it's just kind of I don't know. I think it's a little overblown, but so maybe, there are less home runs, but that doesn't mean they're not going to hit a lot of singles. And both of these pitchers have pretty awful numbers against the batters they're facing today in their history. They both have OPSs over 850 and batting averages near 300 against. So I totally agree that we're looking at an over in this one. The Cubs have not been hitting lately, and Tucker's wasn't in the lineup yesterday. I think they might hold him out again today. Not sure, but Suzuki and Crow Armstrong have great numbers against Priester, so I don't really care if they hold him out. I think the Cubs bounce back a little here. I wouldn't take them on the money line though. Maybe an over here or a first 5 over, because both bullpens are performing really well. So if you can get a first 5 over 3, that would be a nice one. It's probably 3.5 though. I might not do 3.5, but I certainly would do 3 over in the first 5. because both pitchers have pretty bad numbers against the batters they're facing.
Yeah, I can't argue with an over, and I almost like I'd prefer the over if the wind is blowing in and they're going to give you the discount on the number, because I mean, I think you could see some hits strung together off Priester. Imanaga can get, he can give something up, but Cubbies might be in trouble late in this game with the bullpen arms. They've really used them. Remember, they won a doubleheader 2 days ago, close. And then last night, leverage innings at the end of that game to squeeze out a 4-3 win. So you want to talk about like sort of hidden value like that. There could be far more runs late in this game than maybe normally would be in a Cubs Brewers type game of with, I was going to say this magnitude. It's certainly this magnitude for the Cubs. I still don't buy that this is like a big game for the Brewers. And so that's why I'm like not dying to back them as an underdog here, because they might just feel like getting out of town. Even if they like, what does this do if the Brewers lose this game? Like, what are they still up 6 games in the division? It's really not like whereas like I mean, listen, this win for the Cubs would get them back in the mix. Am I really like 6.5 seems crazy here? Like that seems like like you can get 6.5. Am I reading that right? 6.5 minus 120 on this total.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the Cubs, you mentioned the Cubs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of their guys have pitched 2 of the last 3 days. Palencia won't be able to. He's thrown 45 pitches. Keller 34. Thielbar 30. They're going to be hurting when it comes. If they're leading this game late, Milwaukee will never be out of it.
I mean, that's insane. Like, first of all, that's not going to be around much longer. Like that 6.5 minus 120 will be 7 everywhere soon. There's no way that lasts till game time.
A 3-3 game gets you a win, right? A 3-3 game, you win.
Yeah.
That seems really low. That means team totals 2.5 over team total for each team. That seems like a easy win, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't care if they have fans set up in center field blowing the ball in. Like these are good. Like these, you have decent hitters, good numbers against the opposing pitcher. Cubs are going to have no relievers. Priester's still someone that on a given day can I feel like get knocked around, and Imanaga's shown the ability to sort of get knocked around on a given day. Yeah, like 3-3 being a win here. That is, Markinson. That is way too low, and I'm still seeing 6.5 minus 120 and 6.5 minus 125 at many books. I would grab that if your total's better. That's a good bet in my opinion. I think Kyle Tucker has been getting some needed time off. I don't think he's hurt. I think he was sent home to chill for a couple days, get his mind right.
Mental.
I believe he was hurt. He took a bone in his hand or something like that. It always goes back to months ago. I think it was June or July when it happened, and nobody knew anything about it. So that's why he's really struggled. If you do have a DraftKings or a Fanatics, you can get over 2.5 team total for Milwaukee in the minus 150 range, which is a pretty good bet. Other than that, you'd have to take over 3.5 at plus money. So different ways to look at it. And despite the small card today, I think there's some betting opportunities out there.
I mean, that's like a couple timely hits. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what's the only way you lose that game? 3-2?
Like I said,
I feel like the only way you lose that game is 3-2.
Go ahead. Sorry.
That's it. No, that's all I had to say.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, it's a 2.5 over team total for both teams. Seems like you could get there.
It's 3.5 under for most.
No. What I mean is basically you're betting both teams to score 3, which is over 2.5. Seems like it could get there.
Oh, like a team total?
Yeah. What I mean is it's the same thing as both teams getting over 2.5 runs. A 3-3 game, you win your bet, right? So,
yeah, but you got to have both teams do that.
Yeah.
Right. But I would bet 2.5 over for either one of those teams, right?
Yeah, and I don't think you're gonna necessarily need both teams to get to 3. Like, why do we think Priester can't get slammed, or why do we think Imanaga can't get knocked around by a Brewers lineup that's knocked pretty much anyone they've wanted around this season. Like, I know they haven't had the best sort of last couple days, but I mean, Imanaga doesn't overpower anyone. So if
they've knocked him around in his past.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Very interesting game. I couldn't believe I'm not a huge totals bettor, but that line being 6.5 seems very, very
seems odd. I mean, you don't need home runs to score runs. You can hit a lot of singles and doubles with wind blowing anywhere. So
in actuality, on that website I use, which is Ballpark Pal, they've got singles right on average. It's 0%. So really, it's the home runs that with the wind blowing in is going to be the factor. But look for maybe hits over or something. I know they have things like that out there for a lot of you guys that are able to play those in the offshore market.
It's not like the Brewers are a home run reliant team. They're one of the best base stealing teams in the league. They do it in other ways as good as any team in the league. It's a really interesting game. That'll be fun to watch and track today. Jack Barco says, can we talk about why the Twins have not brought Mick up? That's insane to me. And we're not going to talk about it because we're at the end of the show, but I will sort of talk about it very quickly when I recap the parlay, because one of the reasons my leg is the A's is and it goes back to what Brian said, I just don't think the Twins organization is prioritizing winning at this point. And so for that reason, and all the reasons I mentioned earlier, so if you missed it and you're tuning in late, go on over to the YouTube and you can watch the entire show on demand where all three of us went in depth in this game. That's why the A's is my parlay leg. And Tokyo Brandon went with the Royals minus 115. And then we've got Brian Leonard, Dodgers team total under 7.5. So let me run that quickly. And we should have already had this done. It looks like we are, let's see. Looks like that's about plus 530. So plus 530. We hit our parlay on Monday. We are now still clinging to up 3.36 units on the season. So if you were to play these equally, since we started doing these way back in April, you'd be up $3.36 for every dollar. Listen, the fact that we're putting out 2 or 3 teamers every day and we're still ahead, I think that's pretty impressive. Hopefully we can run it up a little bit more, but I think it's pretty impressive we're still ahead there. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I just want to get this in. I read this right before we did the show today. If you're a Pirates fan, the good news is Bubba Chandler is coming up to the major leagues. The bad news is they're going to put him in a bulk relief role. So
yep, it's what they did.
Something the Pirates would do.
Bad news for Trig, though. I was all set to go see him pitch this week in Syracuse, and I thought I was going to get Chandler versus Tong in the same game, and I was very excited about that. And Bubba Chandler gets called up, but you know what? It kind of worked for Braxton Ashcraft. So maybe they're just like I think he benefited from some time in the bullpen. So maybe there's something to that. But yeah, I was a little disappointed when they did it this week because I would have gone and seen him pitch. But I will get to see Tong on Saturday. So looking forward to that for sure. One more time before we sign off, give us the likes and subscribes on the YouTube replay. It really, really does help. Plays up on all of our pages. And the parlay one final time, Brian Leonard, Dodgers team total under 7.5. Tokyo Brandon's on Royals minus 115. And I'm going to go A's minus 115. That's plus 530. Hopefully it's a winner. Either way, we'll see you in the morning. We'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern for more total bases. Have a great day, everyone. Cash all your tickets, and we'll see you guys in the morning.
College football season is here, and you are not going to want to miss a second of the action on the next episode of Bet on It. Stewart here in Dublin, joined by Marco D'Angelo and Gianni The Greek. Football season is finally here, boys, and well, sort of, I guess. It is week 0, and we have a handful of games, but rather than bore you with the likes of Idaho, versus UNLV. We're going to start with the top 25 matchup, and I'm going to get right into it. Saturday, 12 p.m. Eastern. Kansas State is now a 3-point favorite versus Iowa State, 49.5. And this game is the reason why I'm in Dublin, where it's being played. And since Marco D'Angelo thinks I cannot be unbiased with my team, I'm going to give you guys an excerpt from the Gold Sheet. This is a massive game to kick off the season with because of how closely contested the Big 12 is expected to be. They have, the Gold Sheet, 9 teams rated within a touchdown of one another at the top of the league entering 2025. Iowa State has had some recent success in this matchup. That's right. Pains me to read this, but they are 4-1 straight up and 5-0 against the spread in the past 5 seasons. But according to the Gold Sheet, they are interested in laying the points with the Wildcats. Per Jeff Sagrin, these teams played near identical schedules last year. Iowa State, number 34, Kansas State, number 38. But the Wildcats were better in nearly every metric aside from the record column. Kansas State outgained its opponents by 83.4 yards per game, and the Wildcats held a 1.3 yards per play differential over their opponents, while Iowa State only had a 0.16 edge. K-State had a better offensive and defensive success rate than the Cyclones. And per ESPN's Bill Conley, the Wildcats have a higher returning production number, and K-State attracted a better class of recruits and transfers. Iowa State was the beneficiary of a +9 turnover differential last season, and K-State was -1. Now, as long as that turnover demon doesn't appear, we feel comfortable laying the small number with the Cats in Ireland. Guys, that's the Gold Sheet team, and they're ready for the 2025 season. They're offering up their top NFL and college football win totals for just $5. WT.buzz/TG to find those $5 releases. Each Gold Sheet release comes with expert analysis to help you cash those tickets throughout the season. Now that I gave you guys the, we'll call it the proper analysis, I'm going to take a tweet that I saw on X. This game has shit the bed written all over it. High expectations, travel game, spotlight game, trying to remain optimistic, but as a Kansas State fan, we usually do not do well under these competitions. 2012, the Baylor game. Yep, that's right. K-State was undefeated and a 13.5-point favorite in that one. 2014, which I was at that game, K-State was a 7-point underdog at home, missed multiple field goals, dropped touchdown passes, and lost to Auburn. Alabama, they got out to an early lead, and then Alabama just rolled in the second half. And then, of course, that BYU game last year under those bright lights in Provo. I'm going to go over to VR because VR, as well as the Gold Sheet, did a nice synopsis of how I truly do feel about my Wildcats. I've seen this dog and pony show for far too long. Tell me I did not come to Dublin to lose.
No, I could tell you this. There's sharp money on both sides of this game because whenever there was a 3.5, it kind of got picked off with Iowa State. So they're definitely looking to take Iowa State at -3. Also saw some Kansas State money at -3. So you got a difference of opinion between sharp bettors, and that's why it's staying at 3. I think they're going to let the market decide come Saturday when recreational bettors join the party. I have a lean on this game because I thought Iowa State came in a little bit overvalued into 2025. Like I got my 15 teams that I think are undervalued, 15 teams that I think are overvalued, and Iowa State's definitely near the top of the overvalued teams. They won. It's almost a fade of Iowa State as much of a bet on Kansas State. Because I remember this is coming off the first time they've ever won 11 games, and they were a little bit phony, the Iowa State team. They returned their quarterback. I know everybody's excited about Rocco Becht returning. He had a good year last year, 25 touchdowns, 3,500 yards passing. He just doesn't have anyone to throw the ball to yet. The receiving core is gone, so it's going to take a little while to figure out what they have. So far, I don't like the pieces there, but they can prove me wrong. But I don't think that's going to happen early on. So they're going to be dependent more on their run against Kansas State. That's a recipe for disaster. If there's one strength they had last year, it was stopping the run. And I don't think anything's going to change from that defense. Also, the perfect storm is you have overvalued versus undervalued. I thought Kansas State had a decent year last year, but they underperformed the betting market. Even though, they won a lot more games than they lost, they went 3-7 against the spread. So they continue to underperform. So I think you have a little bit of an undervalued versus overvalued spot here. And I just like the pieces that Kansas State's returning. You got Avery Johnson back. New offensive coordinator, probably going to have them pass more. I don't think that's a problem, but they know they got their leading receiver back, and they do have a running game they could rely on. I think they're balanced with their defense. I think this is Kansas State's game to lose. Like you said, turnovers ultimately decide a lot of games. But if they could play a little mistake-free football, this is a very winnable and big game for them to start off the season with a win against Ohio State, who they lost against last year. And, Iowa State coming off, forgive me, that bowl win as well. So they're coming in with a lot of excitement. But I think Kansas State gets the win in Ireland. Give me Kansas State -3.
Marco D'Angelo, I have traveled over a lot of parts of this country so far in the past week. And I have seen probably 2-1, if not 3-1, Iowa State to K-State fans. And that concerns me. Maybe K-State fans are showing up late. Maybe they're just not where I am. But if this crowd is 70-30, do you still like the Wildcats here?
Well, Kelly, I gave you a lot of grief last week about the Kansas State, you being a, non-biased backer, but I do like them here. And here's the thing, you talked about we've got revenge for Kansas State. The last 2 seasons they lost to them. Ironically, both of those games were the last game of the season, the last 2 seasons, where this year we're kicking it off the first game of the season. And I think that's actually going to play into Kansas State benefit in this one. Why do I say that? Well, we know both teams are bringing back their starting quarterbacks, so that's a plus for both teams. But last year, Kansas State is one of those teams that I refer to, you'll hear me often on the show, a 200 club member. This is a team that ran the football for 200 yards, passed the football for 200 yards. That balance is going to give them, I think, a leg up starting the season in this matchup. They bring back all the key components of what they did on offense last year. Now, when we flip to defense, there's where a little bit of the concerns were. And the concern is obviously in the Kansas State secondary. But they have a good defensive line. And I think because of that, in starting the season, Beck, returning quarterback for Iowa State, he lost a few of his pieces last year. So I think there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve for them on the offensive side. And it's his targets that he had last year at wideouts. This is going to be where I think the edge comes into Kansas State. And with that balance, you go back to last year. If you look at the stats, Kansas State should have beat them last year. Okay. The 2 turnovers did them in, and we never can truly handicap turnovers. And if we have a clean game, I think this is Kansas State's game to win. I like the fact that it's the first game of the season. I know what you said about, the travel, but they both got to do it. And let's look for this one. I almost pulled the trigger on the under as well, because if you look at the last couple games and you look at both quarterbacks coming back and you think of Big 12 and you think about the shootouts, you want to go over. But how many times have we seen in the NFL when they play these games overseas where we saw lower scoring games? And the fact that it's the first game of the season and all of the importance, because this is not your normal first game of the season. This is a big game that could go a long way in determining who wins the Big 12 this year. So I don't think they're going to come out throwing it all over the yard. They're going to play conservative, not to make a mistake. I like Kansas State. My projected score is Kansas State 27-20. If you want to put a little on the under, I don't have a problem with that either.
I don't hate the 27-20 final, Marco, and I hope this next game ends up 27-20. Fresno State, Saturday night, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, heads to Lawrence, Kansas to play the Jayhawks. 50.5 is the total here. VR, can you confirm what John Murray told me a couple weeks ago, that sharp money came in at Fresno State, catching 2 touchdowns? Now you're looking at coming back on the other side.
Yeah, because that number's gone. Again, if you got 14.5 on Fresno State, I could understand it. There's a lot of excitement, new head coach. I just don't think this is a good spot for them. The group I work with, we weren't behind any of that Fresno State money. I just think the return of Jalen Daniels is huge for Kansas. They're really excited about this year. They brought in a new defensive coordinator. That was they're talking about is just how physical this defense is going to be. Renovated home stadium, first game. I just think this is a good spot for Kansas. And Fresno returns a lot of players, but so what? Like, again, like it doesn't mean much unless you have a really, really good team. And I just think this another team that's a little bit overvalued is Fresno State. I look at Kansas as a team that always more or less gets no respect from the betting market. And here's another example of that. They see Fresno State getting 2 touchdowns and they're getting the money. I think this has blowout written all over it. One-sided. I don't think Fresno State's going to be able to put up a lot of points at all against this Kansas defense. And I think in the second half, they just start winning by margin. It gets further and further and further away, and it gets harder and harder for Fresno State to catch up. I think they easily cover this 12.5. Again, if you got 14.5, you got a good bet. I get it. You got some closing line value, but I just think right now where it sits, it's favorite or pass situation. And I just don't think Fresno's defense is going to be able to handle the run game, especially at the quarterback running. Daniel's legs are just going to do too much damage against this defense. Give me Kansas, lay the points, and should win comfortably here.
All right, Marco, you like the total here, which I find to be very interesting because I think it correlates with my play on the game.
Yeah, Kelly, I'm looking at this one, and as VR mentioned, Kansas has a new defensive coordinator, DK McDonald. He's going to look to fix a defense that gave up 29 or more points 6 times last year. Now, McDonald is no stranger to being around good defenses. 2 of his previous stops was Iowa State and Philadelphia in the NFL, which we know has a good defense. And sometimes the best defense is a good offense. And this offense will be led by Jalen Daniels at quarterback. He's a dual threat quarterback who got better last year as the season went on. I look for them to play ball control in this one. And the word out of there with that good offensive line that they have, they are going to concentrate and utilize Daniels more running a read option attack. And against a team like Fresno State out of the Mountain West, we've seen this happen, so often, the Mountain West teams, some of them will put up some glossy numbers in a soft conference. And then whenever they play a more physical team outside of the conference, they're in trouble. And I think that's what's going to happen in this one. So why am I going with the under? Well, Kansas defense has been a concern always, but we're going to look at a Fresno State team that in comes a new head coach. Matt Ernst is coming in. He's bringing in a quarterback who transferred from Rice, E.J. Warner. Now, if you recognize that last name, yes, it is Kurt Warner's son. And he hasn't really done anything special as far as the quarterback goes with stat-wise, other than having that last name. I think he's going to struggle early on in this one, and I don't think he's going to get as many opportunities because I think Kansas, with that ball control, is going to manipulate the clock and shorten the game. So with that said, I'm going under the total here. I've got this game, Kansas, 28-17 type of game. So, maybe the dog hangs around, but I see 45 or less points being scored in this one being the opener of the season for both teams.
Marco, I do agree with you there on the under. 5-1 to the under the last 6 non-conference games there for the Jayhawks. And don't forget, Kurt Warner's kids, 2-0 against the Jayhawks. That was Cade Warner from the Kansas State Wildcats. All jokes aside there. I will get to that breakdown here in a minute. Right now, I'm going to let you guys know you can buy September All Access for Marco D'Angelo and now get the rest of August free. This includes all sports. And last year, Marco was number 2 in college and pro football combined in Money One. You're going to get all of his 5% plays as well. 31-13 in the last 44 for Marco. WT.buzz/MD. I'm going to kind of get to this one. I agree with VR. Maybe I missed the best of the number. And something says, hey, sit around and wait. I do think we're going to see some money come in on the Jayhawks here between now and Saturday. And rightfully so. VR hit the nail on the head. You got Jalen Daniels coming back. But unfortunately, Devin Neal left for the NFL. So now you have a running quarterback who has had several injuries throughout his career. in his senior campaign. And yes, they have a new stadium that is halfway finished. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how many people show up for this game. I think bottom line, I haven't seen enough from this Jayhawks team to show me that they're going to be consistent enough to be able to blow somebody out. We weren't able to see this team cover spreads. Last year, they lost games they, by all intents and purposes, should have won. If you look at some of the ESPN metrics, they had 95+% chances to win those games and couldn't get it done. And now we're asking them to lay double digits. I don't know. This is a team who's missed the postseason 12 out of their last 14. I'm siding with Fresno State here. Slight lean, especially if we can get a little bit higher of a number back come kickoff. Let's break down this last game headed into Saturday late night. I will be, well, not on an airplane yet, but headed to the airport by the time this one gets over. Sunday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Stanford is now a 2.5-point underdog at Hawaii. Total 52.5. Marco, break down this one. I know you like the total here as well.
Yeah, but Kelly, I'm actually going to do a little pivot and do a team total, not the total for the full game. We look at this Hawaii team, and this will be year 4 under head coach Jimmy Chang, and the offense has seen improvement each of the first 3 years under his leadership. They are starting a new quarterback this year. He played at New Mexico, he played in the season finale against New Mexico, and they put up 38 points in that. He saw action in the final 4 games of the season last year, kind of getting him groomed for this season. The offense also returns their top running back and their top 2 receivers. So I expect them to hit the ground running, as this offense will be able to put pressure on a Stanford defense. Now, Stanford gave up 31 or more points in 7 of their last 9 games last year, and that's a concern. They also have a new head coach who took the team over late, as Stanford had to let head coach Troy Taylor go after some off-the-field problems. Enter Frank Wright. He takes over, and we know Frank Wright, former quarterback in the NFL, Indianapolis Colts and everything else, head coach. This is a guy that's been an offensive-minded person, not so much on the defensive side. So with this Hawaii offense playing at home in the season opener, I don't know if Stanford's going to have any distractions playing in Hawaii, but that's always a concern. Teams, Hawaii has done well, and I know there's a history of Hawaii as underdogs in these spots, but they're not an underdog in this one. They started out that way, but they're not anymore. I'm going to go with the Hawaii offense. I think they get points in this game. We're looking at a team total of 26.5. With the returning starters that they have, I think they get over that number. I don't think Stanford is ready to take a polished offense yet, with all the changes that they have coming up this season, with the turnover from last year to this year. Let's go ahead and take Hawaii. They seem to like to throw the ball around. Let's keep it going. I hope Jimmy Chang keeps the ball moving on Saturday night, late night. And Kelly, I am surprised. You're going to be heading to the airport Saturday night. You're not staying in Ireland to be, drinking Guinness and everything, celebrating a Kansas State win with all of your alumni?
Clearly, Marco doesn't understand how time changes work. We're 8 hours ahead of Las Vegas. So pretty much by the time that game ends, I need to be getting up and headed to the airport.
Okay.
All jokes aside, Marco, I hope what you said about Timmy Chang and his squad is correct, because I do like Hawaii here as well. As you mentioned, 18 starters from last year's team that could barely squeak out 5 wins. But I do think this team is going to be prepared, especially for this game. From Mark Lawrence's newsletter, Hawaii 11-2 against the spread in season opening games against opponents, including 9-1 when playing against Revenge. So as long as they're not playing an FCS school, it bodes well for this team. I do think Chang, who has cashed 6 straight home games as an underdog and opened as an underdog, now as a favorite, will get it done again. VR, before you give us your breakdown here on Stanford, Hawaii, please let everybody know about your promotion, Ace 100, that's going to take $100 off your 30-day all-access package.
Yeah, and it's a good time right now, especially with the football coming in. Won 10 of my last 14 preseason bets. As you can see, the information keeps coming in football. I talked about the college and the NFL season ahead. And of course, throughout this next month, there's also baseball coming down the stretch as the playoffs get here, which is always a good time to do some damage. And throughout MMA. So you get $100 off and jump on the next 30 days and let's do some damage, especially with the football here.
Yes, I am so excited for football season. VR, tell me why you like Hawaii money line. Is it because we missed the boat on the +2.5?
Yeah, I worry about that. One of the groups I work with took Hawaii at plus like 1.5, +1. I laid a money line -115 with my subscribers on the Hawaii side. I don't love that the sharps and the public are all on the same side, Hawaii, and it hasn't gotten up to that key number of 3. So pay attention to that, especially if the money starts to continue to come in on the Hawaii side. Now, I liked Hawaii before they even bet it because I thought Stanford's one of those teams that, again, another slightly overvalued team. And it's hard to be overvalued when you only won 2 football games the year prior. But it's all the noise surrounding Stanford right now. Andrew Luck, the new GM, Frank Reich, new head coach, all NFL experience. That hype alone is adding a premium to Stanford that I don't think is warranted. They haven't proven anything yet at this college level. This isn't like a hand-picked team by Reich and Luck. So, if it's going to take a couple years before it's their program. So all the excitement, I get it. But as far as it be producing on the field, it's not going to happen, especially in week 1. I like Hawaii. I think that run and shoot offense will be just fine with the redshirt freshmen. Like Marco touched on, Alejado started against New Mexico last year, had 163 quarterback rating, 5 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 57 pass attempts, completed 37 of those. And the game they let him in prior when they were getting blown out by Utah State, the kid threw 11 passes, completed 10 of them. So obviously he's getting more and more comfortable in this run and shoot offense. I think they're going to be able to throw the ball against Stanford. That was their weakness. They made a few steps of progress on the defense against the run because their defense has been horrific the last few seasons. They played a little better against the run last year, but against the pass, they were just awful. They're trying to revamp that secondary. It's going to take a while. I just have to see it on the field first. And I just think against a team like Hawaii that's got wide receivers, quarterback, offense with that kind of style, and a solid enough defense, especially in the linebackers and secondary. It's a defensive line that had a lot of turnover. So see how they do up there. But I just think Hawaii at home at a pick'em was too good to pass up. I laid -115 on the money line to get that pick'em. It's now -130. So at least there's a little CLV there. But like I said, what worries me is looking in the back end right now and already seeing Hawaii money from recreational accounts at -2. And why aren't we at that key number yet? That always worries me.
Yeah, I would agree with you. VR moneyline was probably the better play there, or maybe Marco's team total over. Either way, I'll be sleeping, and I hope to wake up and cash that ticket. Thank you to VR. Thank you to Marco. Guys, we're going to be back here next Wednesday for week 1 of college football. And don't forget, jump in the comment section. Let us know if you're happy that we're back, if you're mad that we're back, if we're missing something. We are right now going to bring you guys back that recap graphic that you have complained so much that has been missing over the last couple of years. So take a peek at that. Let me know what you guys think. Again, make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss another episode of Bet On It. And of course, if you guys missed our college football preview, you guys can check it out right here. We break down the Power 4 conferences as well as a couple of teams that we think have some value to win the national championship. first of all, I'm with my 75-year-old aunt. I don't know what you thought I looked like. I do feel a little jet lag, which is why I just had some coffee at what time is it here? 5:18 p.m.
How can you be jet
Dublin
lagged?
time.
You've been there for like a week. How can you be jet lagged?
I know, but okay, so I was trying to explain this earlier, and Brett just was like, okay, you sound like an alcoholic. But when Ariel and I went to Italy, we did the exact same. We flew Delta One over so you could sleep. But Ariel and I's flight was delayed by 4 hours. And so we were just hanging out in Delta One, just living our best life, eating, drinking, whatever. So when I got on the plane, I was out. And then I woke up and we were landing. I missed dinner. I missed breakfast. I was down for the count. So when I woke up in Rome, I was like, okay, let's hit the ground running. When I woke up in Dublin, I got on the plane in Minneapolis. I had a couple of glasses of wine. No big deal. I was like, all right, I should probably eat dinner. And then dinner took forever. And the next thing I know, I'm like, cool. If I go to sleep at this very second, I will get 4.5 hours of sleep. Yeah. And then I tossed and turned the rest of the way. I get to Dublin. It was 2 hours to get through customs.
What?
I've been through a third world country half as fast. I couldn't believe it. So then we get our bags, and then it's a long line for the rental car. And then, oh, by the way, I had to drive to Galway. So, I mean, I was like, we get there at 2, 3 o'clock, and I'm just like a zombie. So then you have to stay awake. And then you hit that weird second wind, that Europe second wind at like 8 p.m., have a couple drinks, and you're out. And next thing you know, you're up till 2 a.m. So I kind of really figured that's not the way to do it next time I come to Europe, which I'm already planning on my next Europe trip, by the way. Me and Ariel are.
Do you feel like the reason why you have a lot of detractors on social media is because you're so unrelatable? You know, you're talking about like Delta One and Rome and second wind in Europe and you're making fun of third world countries. Do you think it's just?
I love third world countries. Those are some of my favorite places on the planet.
You're such an unrelatable person that's why you have these like dweeby guys on X that make shitty comments towards you. Do you feel like that at all?
Like that I'm a hooker and that's how I'm in Ireland right now. Like some guy, I was like, ask me anything, like while I was waiting at the airport for Aunt Helen's flight. And like one of the questions was like, how do you afford all these trips? I'm like, I have a job. I'm not married. I don't have children. Right. Most 40-year-old women with good careers can also afford these trips.
So he thought that the only way that you could
he insinuated, and then some other guy chimed in below.
That sucks. I mean, that's a shitty comment.
Listen, I get it. If OnlyFans was around like 20 years ago, I could have been a multimillionaire if I just sold weird feet pics online or something.
You would not. There's no way you would have had an OnlyFans.
I know, but that's what's so funny. If I wouldn't have done it then, I'm not going to do it now.
Do you blame those girls that do that? Like if they're like 22, I mean, why wouldn't you?
Okay, so I see two sides. One, I would say that I am a fairly conservative woman in terms of like hypersexuality, where these young girls have been very infiltrated into this. They hate their dad culture, porn, sex sells, all these things like their entire existence. Like I'm the same girl that was in a jersey and boy shorts 15 years ago on Don Best. Like I'm not trying to pretend like I'm some beacon of morality.
You're okay with the sex sells ideal.
Well, yes and no, but I do feel like eventually one day they might change their tune and say, hey, I want to get married. I want to have kids. And like the internet's forever. I mean, I know a couple of girls that have done it and have made pretty good money. And they've all been like, oh, well, nobody has my pictures on the internet. And then I was sitting in your sports book next to my girlfriend, Gemma, and she goes, give me one of their names. She types it in and there's somebody's tits. And I'm like,
you guys were looking.
So the internet is forever.
Look, you and Gemma.
Yeah, it was during March Madness.
Oh, damn it, man. That sucks.
Oh, that you weren't sitting next to Gemma?
I got to talk to surveillance. This is terrible news.
Well, I think that is the reality. I mean, like literally somebody tagged me on something the other day and asked Grok, and Grok was like, she's a homophobic person. Look at all these articles about her. And I'm like, what? Oh, wow, Grok.
Wow.
Kelly, the internet lives forever. I mean,
I've known Kelly for a long time. Kelly is not a homophobic person whatsoever. That is BS.
But when you look at what you Google and what comes up, those articles are going to be there forever.
Yeah,
that's just the reality. I think the same thing kind of goes for these young ladies. Like, I'm not mad at them I get it. You want to make money. It's the same thing as
You
girls
think-
that were stripping after high school. I'm not
Is
mad
it
at them,
so
but
excited, do you think that they're going to regret it when they're older? Is that what you're saying?
maybe,
Well, I'm looking.
maybe
something.
not.
I am listening though.
Maybe when they're crying in their Ferrari at 45,
This
they may have a twinge of regret.
This is good content, though. I feel like
Oh
This is-
yeah.
well, is this more or less interesting than talking about the NFL preseason? I would say.
Oh, it's
much.
definitely probably more interesting than NFL preseason. But don't forget, I'm on vacation, and you wanted to do a show just to torture me.
I wanted to do a show. Oh yeah, no, that sounds like our dynamic. I am impressed though that you're. So I'm here in Las Vegas. It's 9:24 in the morning. Kelly is in Ireland where it's 5:24 p.m.
Yes.
And you've taken a break from your travels to do a couple of shows. You're doing Bet on It, I think, for WagerTalk as well. And you've got a meeting too. It's pretty impressive. I mean, I should be working on a Wednesday at 9:30 in the morning. That's exactly what I should be doing. Kelly is on vacation. It's evening time and she's still working. Impressive.
Listen, I got up extra early this morning to go see a couple things that I wanted to see. A little town called Dingle. And we drove around and looked at the sites and hiked a couple places. Then I came back here and I got ready. I mean, listen, anybody who owns a business will tell you, you really don't ever get a vacation, especially if your said profession revolves around certain timetables. I knew when I booked this trip that football season was going to be underway. And I told WagerTalk, I said, hey guys, like, I really want to go to this game. You just got to make it work.
Well, we did have our Super Contest golf tournament on Saturday. Jay Cornegay did an outstanding job as usual. So did Ray and Mindy, who do all the work. I contributed some extremely poor golf shots, but you were missed. We did miss you. But I still think it's impressive. You're working this hard on your vacation as we enter into, is this the last week of preseason NFL? Last week of preseason NFL, week 0. There's a couple of college football games, including the one you're going to. So why don't I think what we need to talk about, I touched on the Super Contest golf tournament. Why don't we talk about contests? Why don't we talk about our Many Losers contest is live on Splash Sports?
Every single one of our contests is now live.
Did we go with Many Losers or the Biggest Loser? And was it a trademark thing?
I did Many Losers based on our group chat. You coined the term, at least 5 or 6 years ago. There are many losers on the internet. And then you came up with this Survivor idea, and I just put the two together.
I think there's a lot of losers on Twitter. I would say that there's a lot of people that I would consider losers on Twitter. But I don't think that the people entering into Many Losers are losers. In fact, somebody will be a big winner, right?
Well, hopefully they can actually pick losers, because I think there was I don't know if it got selected as a mailbag question, but I saw on X someone asking me how this was any different. And I'm like, I think it's a lot harder to pick a loser every single week. It's the NFL. Yeah. Eventually, teams maybe stop caring, but correct me if I'm wrong, for the first half of the season, every single team cares. The Saints don't know that they suck until they actually start to really suck. They don't know that they're only going to win maybe 5 games. The Titans may know that they suck and they have a rebuild, but they're still going to try and win football games. And when they do,
Cam Ward is going to be trying to succeed regardless of what the Titans' record is. In the NFL, you don't see the what do you call it? Like the punting, the losing on purpose, the way you do in the NBA, because these players are looking to get a job next season. They're not going to go out there and just intentionally lose. Remember when the Texans beat, I think, Indianapolis on the last play of the year, and it cost them the #1 pick in the draft?
And everybody called them idiots. And the reality was that half of them wouldn't be playing for the Texans next year, so they didn't care.
It was Houston, and it was, I think, Lovie Smith. It was his last game as coach. And guess who didn't care about the Houston Texans draft pick next year? Lovie Smith. He was out either way. What does he care? So I don't know. I don't know if it's harder. That's something we can debate. It's different. It's a different take on Survivor. There's so many Survivor contests out there. I love playing Survivor. You know that. But it's a different way to do it. Maybe it's not harder. Maybe it's the same level of difficulty, but it is different. Can you at least agree on that?
Yeah.
At least tell me I was at the dinner.
Yes. Here's the best part. It's only $100, so I can do 10 of those and, mix it up. Your Survivor contest that I entered with Joff and CT Bets, I am not going to lie. A couple of these nights when I haven't been able to sleep and Aunt Helen went to bed, I was looking at my sheet and I'm going, week 1, are we going to kill each other week 1? And then you've already requested to leave the group chat and for $5,000. So $5,000. So that's what, $1,633 a person or whatever we each put in to lose week 1. Oh no, I'm concerned. Everybody's going to be on the Broncos. Everybody's going to pick the Broncos for Survivor Week 1.
How many people Week 1 Survivor are going to pick Philadelphia in the Thursday night game, knowing that they have an opportunity to rebuy on Friday or Saturday if Philadelphia loses? I think that will be.
Yeah, but rebuy for $5,000.
Isn't Denver's a big favorite, right? Denver plays at home against Tennessee. That should be one. I think that you're going to see a lot of people using the Redskins against the Giants. I think that'll be a common.
Pats are a 3-point favorite over the Raiders. That was on my long list.
That would scare me a little bit.
They all scare me.
No, of course. I'd like to. What if I left the group chat every Sunday and then rejoined on Mondays?
We just kick you out on Sunday, like Sunday before kickoff, we kick you out and then we invite you back. We can do that.
Kelly, the painful thing about doing these Survivor contests with Kelly
is stop.
She'll map it out and she'll be like, look, at week 14, we can use the Steelers. I'm like, Kelly, you have no idea what the league is going to look like in week 14. Let's get through the first.
It's not that I know what the league is going to look like, but there are certain spots where I highlight like, hey, we should save this team. Yes, I understand your argument. What's the point of saving your team if you don't get to week 14? Or Aaron Rodgers gets hurt, or Skylar Thompson gets hurt, and now you're playing with Will Howard as a third-string quarterback for the Steelers. You're right. A lot of things happen, but I do think having a plan is better than having no plan.
That is true. And I think it's really good move by you guys to get into our Survivor contest. I talked to there were a lot of sharp guys in town last weekend. Obviously, you know that. And I talked to a lot of them. They all seem to think that our Survivor contest was a great one to be in. The other big Survivor contest in town, which I'm obviously going to have multiple entries in, you've got so many syndicates now buying so many entries and playing so many different nations. It's very difficult for a normal person, a guy like me, to realize.
I didn't realize that was happening.
That's what I hear. So I think maybe our Survivor contest is probably a better play for somebody a little bit, further down the trough. A normal. Yeah,
I don't know if it's that. Listen, CT and I were like, all right, fine, we'll do one Circuit Survivor, and then me and my buddy Steven are going to do one too. But Thanksgiving every year, man. Every single year, Thanksgiving just ruins my birthday. Survivor ruins my day. It's one of my favorite holidays. That's my one caveat with that contest is that I was like, oh, I'm not doing it this year. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to do the 1 5K at Westgate, and here we are.
Okay. What about we have obviously Westgate has a 7-pick college football contest that we've been promoting. $500 buy-in. I know you're going to be in that contest.
I have 6 entries. That's going to be fun.
It starts week 1, so you have until August 29th to sign up. Start with those week 1 games on August 30th. But we have a very, very different take on a college football contest that our show is doing for Splash Sports, Survivor College Football. You got to pick 2 games a week. Somehow we included the Big 12 over the ACC. There's a lot of controversy about that.
There's no controversy.
There's a lot of people are talking about it, a lot of buzz about that. But it's the big it's Big 12 games, Big 10 games, SEC games. That's correct. And you've got to pick 2 teams to win every week and make it all the way to the end.
Do you have a plan how you are going to execute that?
I have a plan? No, I don't have a plan.
I think it's going to be kind of tough.
Well, I'm going to partner with my boy, Lou D'Onofrio. That's my guy.
Oh.
Lou and I made it to the end last year. We were one of the 10,000 people that made it to the end last year.
I think it was like 300, but okay.
No, we did. We made it. We made it to the end. So we're going to do it again together this year. I'm going to lean on my guy. I'll trust him. Unless he starts talking about South Carolina. I love Lou, but when he starts talking about South Carolina, I just stop listening. I do that when you start talking about Kansas State. I immediately just.
I am a realist when it comes to Kansas. I think you guys don't realize that. I am a realist about this team. Listen, I didn't come here to lose. I think we're going to see a really good game on Saturday, but I would not be shocked in the slightest to see K-State do something really stupid, like turn the ball over late and lose this game.
How did they end up? This is a serious question. I've been meaning to ask you. How did they end up with a conference game in Dublin in week 0? Isn't that? I guess they did that last year. I believe it was.
Yeah, it was AC.
Florida State,
Last year
Georgia
was
Tech.
ACC, right? Yeah,
What
Florida
was it?
State and Georgia Tech.
So I guess maybe it's not as strange. It just seems weird to me that they've got a conference matchup, but
Well, next year it's TCU, North Carolina. So you're right. It's not normally. Maybe they're changing it up every couple of years. Look, here's the reality. K-State had to give up this home game to go overseas. Obviously, there's a pretty penny probably attached to playing overseas. And I think it gives fan bases, K-State, Iowa State, whomever travels over here, something different. I think more people are apt to be able to get away for August for enough time to come to Europe versus, look, the Holiday Bowl, the Pop-Tarts Bowl, like, like the Music City Bowl, all the same bowl games over and over and over and over and over again. This is something different. It's unique. I think it's fun. I thought Baja Mar for the basketball tournament last year was really fun. I'm glad to see K-State kind of doing these international events because, well, I like to travel and it's a tax write-off, right?
well, yes, you do. And obviously, you're one of those perma vacationers. You're moving around.
Irma. Yes, because I live in Florida. That's why I moved to Florida, so I could be semi-retired.
Mover and shaker. But I can't. I wish I had something to really talk about on this game. Right now, Kansas State's -3. The total's 49.5. Most of the tickets look like they're on Kansas State.
What's most of 70%?
Not by much. No, not even. You know what? It's not even. It's more like 51%. I mean, there's not really a.
Well,
good,
why'd you guys move to 3 from 3.5?
Just going with the market. There's just not really any good talking points on this game from a betting perspective. We're 3 days away. Maybe that will change. We are now booking college football games for week 0 and week 1 at -109 sides, which is something we did last year, something we're going to do all year this year, -109 college football sides of the Westgate. I don't have anything on that game. I really wish.
Let's talk about this. In all reality,
please.
You have a top 25 matchup, but you just don't think it's going to draw the numbers that an SEC top 25 matchup would?
It's not. No, it's not that. The reason why the game last year did such big numbers is because you had a huge favorite. And I know it's hard to think about it now because their season was such a catastrophe. But Florida State last year, they had been
a lot of hype.
They had been kind of left out of the playoff controversially, the last 14 playoff. Remember, they were left out of it, even though they went undefeated 2 years ago. And then they came into this year, and I remember reading all this stuff about how good their defensive line was going to be. No, I don't think anybody thought they were going to win the national championship last year, but there was no indication that I read
that they were going to win 2 games.
Yeah. And
it was bad.
And so many money line parlays and teasers. That game was early on the Saturday. We won a lot of money on that game. It wasn't because it was ACC versus Big 12. It was because you had this big program that was a big favorite. And people were starting off all their parlays and teasers with them, and then they lost. And then people were chasing in-game as well, second half as well. So there's no way this game can expect to handle what that game did just because of the program, Florida State, and how big of a favorite they were. The money line parlays, we'll never be able to get that.
Okay.
We did see some sharp money on Fresno State +14. We talked about it on last week's show, but they bet Fresno State +14 against Kansas. Kelly hates Kansas. And they bet Hawaii.
I don't hate Kansas.
Yes,
what's the hate about them? There's nothing to hate.
You hate them. Yeah, you talk badly about some of their alums, some people that I know that went there. Like
my mother's an alum.
You have a very good friend, Andy Samuelson. He went to Kansas, and yeah, you've talked. Well, yeah, you don't. Susan did go there. That's fair. Hawaii's the other one. Hawaii.
What do you mean?
Hawaii has been bet from a small dog to a small favorite in the last. I think that's the last game of week 0. UNLV plays Idaho State, so they moved that game to week 0 because it was supposed to be at Allegiant Stadium on September 6th, but now they're doing the Canelo Alvarez Terrence Crawford fight at Allegiant that day. So they moved it up to week 0.
Okay.
Not much there. Week 1, I mean, we talked about it a little bit last week. I will say one team that I've seen money come in on, I think since the last time we spoke, but I could be getting my timeline wrong. I don't think we talked about this last week. A lot of money coming in on Toledo.
Toledo.
Yeah, Toledo against Kentucky. I would say that one. And then also Oregon State. Oregon State, that's like I think it might be the latest game on that Saturday, the 30th. Oregon State getting bet up against Cal in the last game of the night. They're now a 3-point favorite. Week 1. Week 1 is going to be awesome. I know yesterday we were in the risk room having a venting session about Texas and Ohio State taking place at 9 a.m. I'm sure like I know that the Big Ten is with all these different networks, right? And then obviously Fox gets to pick first. And of course they're going to take Ohio State, Texas. But why can't they do the big noon kickoff show and then just do the game later? Like College Game Day has been.
I don't know. You're right. College Game Day is in the morning and they just do the game whenever they want.
And then the show ends and then they do the game at 8 Eastern. Why does the kickoff show have to go right into the game? I definitely wish the Big Ten.
I don't know the answer to that. Let me ask around.
I want to know because I wish the Big Ten and Fox would do those games in prime time, or 3:30 Eastern. Give me 3:30 Eastern. I could live with that. But 9 a.m.
Well, here's the reality though. There's Thursday and Friday night games, so you don't think people are going to bet those Thursday night favorites with Friday, with Saturday, with Sunday for week 1? Maybe it doesn't really matter.
They will. It's still going to be big volume, but people are still in bed at 9 a.m. People that come out here to like party for the weekend, they're not down in the sports book. Not all of them. So
it's tough. I'm not going to lie. Because you're coming from the East Coast, it's tough. I used to make fun of people all the time, but it is. You're staying out till 3 a.m., which is 6 a.m. body clock, and then now you got to be at the book for kickoff, get all your bets in. I agree with you. It is tough to do.
I talk about body clock. I feel like you're jet lagged in a place you've been in for 6 days. I mean,
no, it's not jet lagged. It's just like I'm just like, man, why am I so tired at 2 o'clock? And it's like, oh well, because normally I'd be getting up right now.
Let me rip through. There's a UFC event in Shanghai, China, that is going to be, I believe it starts like Friday night our time and then goes into Saturday morning here. We're going to leave the app open through the night. We usually close the app at 11 p.m. Because of this event in China. Our guy, Andrew Babakidis, you know him as Boosts. He's going to be here. I'm going to juice him up with all kinds of energy drinks. He's going to be here booking the fights. I did see a sharp bet on.
Does he get paid time and a half for that, working overnight?
No. See, this is what a smart corporation, a smart businessman like me, what we do is we take one of the kids that's on salary. So he gets nothing. He has no benefits for this. I'm not going to reward him. I'm not going to thank him. It's just a totally thankless thing that he gets nothing from. But that
doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, of course. I did see some sharp money on Brian Ortega T-City against Aljamain Sterling. That's an awesome fight. I don't know how they got those two guys to go out there for that, but Brian Ortega is a big dog in that fight. But we had mentioned a couple dogs last week that did pretty well at UFC 319. T-City against Aljo Sterling. I once played golf with Aljo Sterling. He's a cool guy, very cool guy. That should be a good fight there. And then I wanted to, before we get into the mailbag, Kelly.
So I had a really good transition about golf from the mailbag, so I was just going to cut you off.
No. Please.
No, go ahead.
No, I want you to.
Okay. All right. Joe knows on X.
No, I said before the mailbag, I want to give you some picks. You asked me for.
And I said this is a great transition to the mailbag because Joe asked a golf question.
All right. So I'll do the NFL season win picks at the end of the show. Go to the mailbag.
Okay. Deal. Joe wants to know if you've ever hit the plane from casino when golfing, like with your golf ball.
No, I don't think so. I don't think I've ever had anybody in my group to actually hit the plane. So there's a plane to the left of the green on 10. To the left of the green, right? Yeah, to the left of the green on 10, and it's also to the left of the tee box on 11. But I don't think I've ever seen anybody actually hit the plane.
Suck that bad that you hit the plane.
It commemorates the FBI agents landing there because they ran out of fuel. Although that actually took place at Las Vegas National. That's where the real guy, I think, or maybe they just filmed that scene at Las Vegas National. That's what it is.
Yeah, I think it's a fake scene. I don't think it actually really happened in real life.
No, it did happen in real life. No, you know what? I said that backwards. It did happen at the country club, but they filmed the scene in the movie at Las Vegas National. That's what it was. A lot of casino references in this episode. I can live with that.
Listen,
that's fine.
I just read the questions.
That's
Let's see. Next, we've got BJG for Bob on X says, is Jimmy V on Gambler Mount Rushmore? You know, he probably should be. I would argue that.
Is he? I don't know about. He could be on Gambling's Mount Rushmore, but he's more.
He's definitely on Bookmaker Mount Rushmore. How about that?
He's more of a bookmaker than a gambler, no?
Yeah, that's true. But I think he meant gambling Mount Rushmore. Like, who's on your, like, when I did my Behind the Bettor at WagerTalk, and they said, who's on your, like, Gamblers Mount Rushmore? I said, you know, the traditional kind of answers, and then I added one of my own. But Jimmy, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's probably him, Jay. Who else would you put on your Bookmaker Mount Rushmore?
Oh, Bookmaker. Oh, I don't know. I thought we were doing gambling where it's like Billy Walters and.
Well, that's what I said. No, we know the gambling one, but who? Give me two more other bookmakers besides Jimmy and Jay that you would put, and then I can tell you mine.
I'm just gonna hurt everybody's feelings. I don't want to do that.
God, you worry so much about feelings.
I know all these people. Come on.
At Golf Guy 91 says, best under the radar, not talked about week 1 college football game. Is it Auburn versus Baylor, Utah versus UCLA? I think Auburn versus Baylor is going to be a really good game. I think there's a lot of hype surrounding Baylor this year, and I'm not quite sure if it's deserved or not, but I think this team can win 8 or 9 games.
I don't even know if I mean, I think Auburn Baylor's a good pick, but I feel like Ohio State, deservedly so, that there's not a ton of conversation about LSU Clemson, where you've got like the second favorite or 2 of the top 3 favorites for the Heisman are the 2 quarterbacks. Both teams have aspirations to make the college football playoff. And that's going to be the Saturday night primetime game because, like we talked about, the Texas game is in the morning. So I think that game is getting skipped over a little bit. So is Notre Dame Miami. Yeah. Notre Dame Miami, they play Sunday in Miami. Notre Dame's got a freshman quarterback. Lloyd Carr's grandson is going to be their quarterback. And it's funny, I've been looking at teams to make the playoffs bets again. And again, I've come to the same conclusion I came to last year at this time. How could Notre Dame not make it? Their schedule, when you look at their schedule.
You've been saying this like the last 5 shows. Did you actually put a hard-earned wager on Notre Dame?
But look at what a Big 12 team has to deal with.
We are going to take this Notre Dame clip from this week, last week, the show before, and the show at the Las Vegas Country Club, because you say it every single week, yet you have not wagered on this team.
I don't think I've ever said it on the show, actually. And I did make a big
one. Oh, my God. We literally have a clip of you saying at the Country Club.
You know I made a big wager on him last season. That's not true at all. And this season hasn't started yet, so I don't have to do it yet. But Notre Dame, like, let me talk for 5 seconds. The Big 12, the SEC, the Big 10, those teams play such hard schedules. Notre Dame doesn't have to deal with that stuff. I don't understand it. I want to go with a long shot, but I do think Notre Dame, again, will make the playoff.
Okay.
They will make the playoff.
And now when they don't make the playoff, Notre Dame fans can get mad at John Murray on TikTok.
You said that last season, and they made it to the national championship game. So, yeah.
All right. This isn't a very good question worded properly, but at MHKU32 on X says, what are the odds KU wins more games than K-State this year? Well, KU's slated to win 6.5 and K-State's slated to win 8.5. So that's not really how this works.
So Kelly, I make fun of
KU would be plus 300 to win more games than K-State. Is each game worth $1.50?
I would say less than that, but
less. Okay, so plus 250.
Kelly, I make fun of Kelly a lot the way she stumbles through these questions, but so many of them are like they have bad grammar and they're misworded that it's kind of hard. Like it's hard to read something that you've never read before if it's all worded incorrectly. Yeah, because if you read it exactly as it's typed, you sound like an idiot. But that is what it says. And
that's what it sent to me. It's literally the tweet. It sent to me. And I'm like, what is this person saying?
I don't know.
So, John Murray, what are the hypothetical odds that KU wins 9 games and K-State wins 8?
Where is the Kansas K? So that the bet would come down to
the games in KU, at KU.
at KU, or are they still playing at a neutral field?
It's at KU. It's in a half-built stadium.
I don't know enough about Kansas this year. I don't know anything about Kansas.
K-State will be like a 4.5-point favorite at
I think
worst.
that's a Kelly question.
That's what I just said. I said plus $3.
Kelly hates
3 to 1. I think 3 to 1's a fair price. I'll book your action. MK,
probably
whatever. HKU 32.
No, don't book our customers' action.
This guy's not a customer. This guy's a KU fan trolling the Kelly and Murray. Whatever. Anyway.
I don't feel trolled at all by that guy. I could care less. I don't feel trolled.
All right, John Murray, I don't have my pen and paper, but give me your season win totals you promised us.
No, we definitely had a few come in this week, and we're getting into crunch time on these. I think we all know that. College side, Texas Tech over 8.5. Pro side, Tennessee over 6 is one. I've seen a couple of groups hit the Tennessee Titans. Obviously, the quarterback situation there the last couple of seasons. Will Levis is not an NFL quarterback, right? He can't play in the NFL. He's just not. Not everybody gets to be an NFL quarterback. So now they bring in Cam Ward with the first overall pick. Should be an improvement there. I saw them bet Denver under 9.5, which I get that because that's a tough division. And, last year we played Denver over 5.5. And they went over. They made it to the postseason. That's a big year-over-year increase. To see your win total go from 5.5 to 9.5, that's a big jump. And that's a tough division. I understand that play. Vikings under 9.5. I don't really like that one because I just like that coaching staff so much.
Me too.
But I get it because I know that they overachieved so much a year ago. I think they finished 14-3. So I understand.
Why do you think they overachieved? So I think it's because of the same coaching staff.
I do too. I think I like O'Connell and I like Flores a lot. And that roster's got a lot of players on it. I'm just saying that's what these groups are betting. And then the last one, I think the one that will speak to our girl, Kelly in Vegas, they bet New England under 8.5. And that's interesting because
Why is that speaking to me? I love Mike Vrabel. I can't even say his name right now.
Mike Vrabel, because we've talked about this. The Patriots have been such a popular play. That's a very, very popular play to be the surprise team this year. They spent a lot of money in free agency. Second year for Drake May. They bring in Mike Vrabel, who had a degree of success in Tennessee. That division Buffalo's very good, but the other two teams in that division are beatable. It makes sense. So it's interesting to see a group that we really respect come in, play the under when there's been so much money to the over.
So don't take them week 1 in Survivor. Got it.
I didn't say that. I'll tell you one thing.
I'm terrified.
One thing I would never do ever, and I won't do it, is get involved in advising your group there on Survivor this season. Talk about a lose-lose situation for me. There's nothing good can come out of that. You guys do what you got to do in the Westgate Survivor contest. I think it's going to
I've been in way too many contests with other people. I did one of the Westgate college football by myself. I've got 5 with teammates. I don't even know how I'm going to converse with all these people. I don't have enough time to do my own stuff, let alone pick 7 games against the spread with people that I'm friends with and try not to ruin our friendship.
So it would it would like ruin your friendship if you guys lost in week 1 of Survivor? That'd be it? You guys wouldn't talk anymore?
Listen, I'm not saying it's going to ruin our friendship, but that would suck very, very bad.
Well, that would suck. I mean, at $5,000,
I mean, that's
not
2 units almost.
Wow.
Just flush down the toilet.
That's not peanuts. 5K is not peanuts, but I think it's a good contest to enter where you have a much more realistic chance to win if it's just you by yourself or you and 1 or 2 friends. It's much more realistic that you could maybe make it to the end of that one because I don't think you're up against as much of these
competition
organized syndicate groups, but maybe I'm wrong.
Organized.
Maybe I'm wrong about that. Organized. Can you say organized or is that an offensive word?
Implying... Is it like alleged crime bosses?
Yeah. Whoa, who said anything about crime?
No. I'm sorry, but when you say organized in that tone, I organized crime. First thing comes to mind. Call the feds.
I want to call the feds. What are you talking about? I want to let Kelly get I want to end the show just before I get in trouble. But I want to let Kelly get back to enjoying her vacation. When are we going to do a show to preview college football week 1. Are we doing it Wednesday?
We're going back to Thursdays. We're doing the show Thursday nights.
Okay.
I believe at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. But that is going to be up to you and our lovely producers.
I'm writing it down right now. KM Pod.
I'm going to make a permanent Google Calendar invite, and you're not allowed to change it.
So I don't even know how to. 2 o'clock at 2 Pacific, 5 Eastern on August 28th.
We'll see you then.
I'll see you then, man.
5 free plays in Major League Baseball for Thursday, August 21st. Went 3-1-1 yesterday here on the Power 5. That's 3 winners, 1 loss, 1 push. Let's see if we can do it again today, or even better. We've got some national TV games to discuss, including the series opener of Red Sox Yankees. Stay tuned for that. Also, a reminder to go ahead and smash that like button whenever you do agree with one of the following free plays. As always, my hope is that you're going to agree with all 5. We got some day games, so let's get right into it. Mets Nationals, 4:05 Eastern. This will be your free game of the day on Amazon Prime. The Mets have now lost 15 of 20, and maybe without Brandon Nimmo today. However, I'd still take a small nibble with the Metropolitans on the money line in the series finale. Price a little bit cheaper on the Mets than it was for either of the previous 2 games, which they've split with the Nationals. Mets are going to be facing Mackenzie Gore today. Gore coming off back-to-back quality starts, yes, but before that, he'd been rocked for 6 or more runs in 3 of 4 starts, and the Nats are just 1-5 the last 6 times Gore has taken them out. Part of the reason for that is the Nats bullpen. Well, as you know, it continues to rank dead last in all of baseball in ERA. Nats are also a team that scores more on the road than they do here at home. So I think Mets starter Sean Manaea will be okay here. I like the Mets to take this series finale. Number 2 on the docket will be Padres Giants, 4:10 Eastern. This also a series finale after dropping the series opener. Padres have won each of the last 2 days. I like the under here, 8, as you can see on the screen. Tough to trust this Giants lineup, guys. It's been held to 1 run or fewer in 7 of the previous 10 games, including each of the last 2 here against the Padres. I know Justin Verlander will be starting for San Fran, and the team never seems to win with him on the mound. But Verlander has actually allowed 1 run or less in 4 of his previous 5 starts, so not his fault the team's not winning his starts as of late. On the other side, you got Dylan Cease starting for the Padres. Cease has been much better this season at home than on the road. At home, Cease's ERA 2 full points lower than it is on the road. Also, a 2.77 ERA in the daytime this year for Mr. Cease. As I mentioned earlier in the week when I told you to bet the under in the series opener, that hit. This is a matchup, Padres-Giants, of the top 2 bullpens in all of MLB. So runs should be scarce yet again under 8. Before we get to the evening slate, quickly here, if you're catching this video early enough, hopefully you are, you can head on over to wt.buzz/BP, click the link in the description below, and get my 4% best bet for Thursday. If you're catching the show late, allow me to remind you, click subscribe if you already haven't done so. That way you're instantly notified when the Power 5 becomes available here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. But one more time, if it's still early, you got time. 4% best bet in MLB for Thursday. It goes early. Okay, back to the Power 5 now as we hit the evening slate. Red Sox, Yankees, marquee matchup of the day, 7:15 Eastern on Fox. When these teams met in Beantown back in mid-June, the Red Sox swept the 3-game series. Then they promptly traded Rafael Devers. But that trade, contrary to popular belief, did not sink the Red Sox season. They're still in wild card position, although they have now dropped 3 in a row. Had Wednesday off, which is worth noting, I think, getting an off day before a big series like this. But the Yankees, all of a sudden, they've turned it around, a 5-game win streak, and I'd back them as home favorites here. Luis Gil has looked good each of his last 2 starts for the Pinstripes. Meanwhile, I am not buying into Red Sox starter Lucas Giolito. He's got a 5.27 expected ERA and a 4.39 xFIP. Look for the Yankees to get it done here. Would play them on the money line. Number 4, Astros Orioles, also 7:15 Eastern. Some of you, I reckon only those living in Houston or Baltimore, will be getting this game instead of Red Sox Yankees on Fox tonight. And woo boy, the Astros have been bad of late. Allow me to use that very lame cliche. Houston, we have a problem. 4 straight losses. Astros been shut out 4 of their last 6 games. 3 losses by 10 or more runs in the last 8 games. So that is why, when you look at the odds here, we have a first-place team as a slight underdog to a last-place team. Note, Orioles starter Brandon Young took a perfect game into the 8th inning of his last start, and that was against these very same Astros. Both O's wins in that series were shutouts, but the one game the Astros won over the Orioles last time was with Jason Alexander on the mound. No, I'm not talking about George from Seinfeld. I'm talking about the pitcher for the Astros, who has now made 3 straight quality starts and allowed only 4 runs total over his last 4 starts. So I like under 9. I would still play this at 8.5, which is where it's heading. Houston has scored more than 2 runs in just 2 of its last 8 games. All right, we're going to round things out now with Cardinals Rays, also at 7:15 Eastern. I don't think Cardinals should be favored on the road in this game. Simple as that. Tonight's starter, Sonny Gray, he gave up 6 runs in his most recent outing. He's also been bad on the road in general, particularly in the home run department. He's given up an average of 1.7 long balls per 9 innings away from Busch Stadium. I don't love Joe Boyle, who's starting for the Rays, but he's been better at home. Small sample size, but again, it's less about the pitchers and more about the price in this matchup for me. I make Tampa Bay a pretty clear favorite over St. Louis at home, so I would back them as underdogs here. All right, it is recap time here on the show. Let us now run through the 5 free plays one more time. Don't forget, catching this early, my best bet, a game I did not talk about here on the Power 5, is available. It's an early one, though, so you'll have to hurry. All right, number 1, Mets money line against the Nationals. I think they win the series. 2, we like Giants Padres under 8. Number 3, Yankees money line. I think the Pinstripes get the series with the Red Sox off on a positive note. Number 4, Astros Orioles under 9. The Astros are just putrid as of late. And number 5, Rays money line against the Cardinals. Disagree with the Cardinals being favored in that one. Okay, go ahead and comment down below with your thoughts on all of those plays. If there is a game I did not hit on and you would like my opinion on it, ask away. I hit on most of the games, though. If you just want to share what you're betting on Thursday, go ahead and do so. Always enjoy seeing you guys talk about what you're betting on. Then, after you're done commenting, head on over to wt.buzz/BP. Again, click the link in the description below where you can take advantage of this very special offer. There you see it right there. You purchase a 30-day all-access pass. We will extend your subscription through the end of September at no additional cost. So in short, you're getting the rest of August free when you buy. The sooner you buy, the more plays you get. And if you choose to subscribe to me, this is good for all the WagerTalk handicappers, but if you're kind enough to subscribe to me, you're getting all my MLB, all my college football, all my NFL, all my soccer through the end of September. Not only have I not had a losing record in any month during 2025, but I'm up 59.2 units in college football since November 2023, and I'm number 1 in soccer, up 59.6 units since April of 2024. So be a part of the big finish to August and what's going to be a super September right now over at wt.buzz/BP. I went 66% with all football, NFL plus college last September. So that's what you're getting with me. Speaking of college football, today is the day, the big day. WagerTalk's brand new show, The Blitz, hosted by me, will be making its debut at 1 p.m. Eastern immediately following WagerTalk today. We will be live and taking your questions, so be sure to tune in. I'll be joined by my good friends Ross Benjamin and Ralph Michaels talking the complete Week 0 card, including, of course, Farmageddon between Iowa State and Kansas State. That is going to do it for this edition of the Power 5. I'll be talking to you later. I hope you enjoyed this video, though. Reminder, like and subscribe if you did. Again, be seeing you at 1 p.m. Eastern. Until then, let's cash some tickets.
Thursday night NFL preseason football on Prime. That's right, Amazon Prime, national TV. Patriots, Giants. I'm going to break down the side and total for you. Deep dive analysis, let you know which teams are playing which quarterbacks, which ones are maybe taking it more seriously. If we can find a betting edge here for you in Thursday night preseason NFL action. Hi, this is Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, right back here on WagerTalk TV. And it's week 3, the final week of the preseason. Back in 2020, we had no preseason games. The COVID shut down. And then in 21 on, they decided to go to 3 weeks. And it's definitely mixed things up because in week 3 used to always be the dress rehearsal for every team in the league. And then they would take week 4 and just play backups. Now we get a mix of it in weeks 2 and weeks 3. Looks like both teams are not taking this game too serious as they feel like both they've gotten a lot of work for their starters. They both know who their starting quarterback is going to be. It's going to be Drake May for the Patriots, Russell Wilson for the Giants. And with that said, we've still seen a huge line move. The Patriots actually briefly opened as a road favorite in this game. Not sure why. The Giants are now a 6.5-point favorite as we're heading into a closer. I'm doing this video actually on Tuesday afternoon, a couple days before the game because I wanted to get it out early to you. I don't expect much movement, though, as everything's kind of priced in. And the reason we see such a big point spread is because the Giants' backup quarterback situation has been really strong. And we knew it would be coming into this preseason. In fact, they had 3 ex-NFL starters on the rotation. Russell Wilson, who looks like he's going to be the number 1, Jameis Winston, and even Tommy DeVito, who started some games recently. But Jackson Dart, the rookie out of Mississippi, has been the real surprise, and he's actually been better than any of them. So they do have a great quarterback rotation, and that is why the Giants are 2-0. But then you read a little bit deeper, you can see that the Giants have gotten all their starters. Brian Daboll said that we've gotten our starters 30 to 37 plays, which is where we want to be. So they really don't need to play them much in this game. And the reason this line has moved is because Jackson Dart is expected to see the majority of the snaps. Russell Wilson might make a brief appearance, maybe a little bit of Jameis Winston. Not even sure DeVito is going to play. But Dart has been fantastic. There's no question about it. The thing is, though, the Patriots are also 2-0 this postseason. And their quarterback situation is, as I said, Drake May is going to be the starter. It looks like Dobbs is going to be the backup. And then we had Woodridge playing some minutes. He looked really good against the Commanders, mediocre last week against the Vikings. But both teams have had good quarterback rotations. They've gotten good plays so far. They're both 2-0 in the preseason. They both have scored a lot of points in yardage. So I really don't know if the Giants should be a 6.5-point favorite. I get the Jackson Dart love, and he has been as good as anybody in the league so far. But I think this is kind of priced to perfection. Keep an eye on this line. I wanted to get this video up to you a couple days before the game. If you get a 7 or more, I would probably step in at that point and start taking the Patriots. Once again, taking dogs of 7 or more in the NFL preseason on the blind has been a winning play for decades, especially in what I think is now meaningless week 3. Both teams are 2-0. Both teams have said they've seen their starters enough. Limited action for them in this game. Is Jackson Dart really worth a full touchdown? We'll find out. He has been so far, but I think he's priced to perfection. I would lean Patriots here. Definitely would like them more if you can get that key number of +7 by kickoff on Thursday night. 6.5's out there, and they're 6.5 juiced already. I do think a 7 might show by kickoff on Thursday. As far as the total in this game, very hard to make an argument for the under. But once again, both quarterback rotations have looked good. The Giants especially have been very good offensively. Their defense was suspect, though, in that game against the Bills. Keep in mind, they won that first game against Buffalo, but they gave up over 7 yards per play. And then the Bills, when he got shut out last Sunday, that looked awful at Chicago. So I do think the Giant defense is still suspect. They did look a lot better, though, against the Jets. Shut down Justin Fields last week. And once again, it does look like a vanilla game for both teams. So a little risky to take the over 37.5, 38. But once again, if you're playing the total, the over is probably the only way to play it, as Dart has been explosive in the postseason. It's also a little bit of a hedge. If you play the Patriots and you play the over, Patriots cover might be a lower scoring game, but you're going to hedge out a little bit there. So I do lean over, lean Patriots. Would like New England better, though, if you can get that key number of +7 by kickoff. And this is at 8 o'clock Eastern Thursday night on Amazon Prime. Hey, comment below. What are your thoughts on this game? You know, week 3 preseason, definitely a little bit random. You normally see a lot of backup minutes, so I'm not sure the Giants deserve to be nearly a touchdown favorite. But what are your thoughts on this game? Side, total. What other NFL preseason games have caught your eye here in week 3? Include some analysis if you have time. Let's learn and earn and win together here on WagerTalk TV. And if you're liking these free play videos, all I ask is a thumbs up, like, and a positive comment below, and I will keep them coming. Baseball free videos throughout the week. College and pro football regular seasons are right around the corner. In fact, I have the first college football game of the season, and it's a big one this Saturday in Dublin, Ireland. Top 20 matchup. Iowa State, Kansas State, Big 12 conference game. It's a huge game, and I have free plays on both the side and total for you in that college football kickoff at noon Eastern this Saturday, and that video is posted right now here on WagerTalk TV. And keep in mind, when you subscribe to WagerTalk TV, make sure you click the bell for an instant alert so you know when these free play videos are posted each and every day. And once again, if you're finding them useful, thumbs up, like, positive comment below, because I do truly read the comments and I reply back. By the way, if you want my personal best bets each and every day, it's quite simple. Go to my page, stevemerrillwagertalk.com. If I have a play that I'm personally using, my clients get it as well. It's been that way for the last 29 years. I started in August of 1996. It's been exactly 29 years. This will be my 30th football season beginning this month. And it's always been simple. If I use a game, my clients get it. I have one set of selections, my personal best bets, and I'm very selective, maybe 1 to 3 plays per day on average, which means that last cut's a pretty strong opinion as well. And I post that for free for everybody as a bonus free play. Once again, best bets and then the bonus free play for everyone every day on my page right now. Check it out, stevemerrillwagertalk.com, and get there quicker with shortcut wt.buzz/SM. And while you're there, how about getting the rest of August for free? That's right. Sign up for September, you get the rest of August for free. So the sooner you get on board, the sooner you buy September, the more days of August you will get for free. That includes college football, pro football, and Major League Baseball on a daily basis. And this is a great time of year to get on board. You know, everyone sleeps on baseball here with football about to begin, but that's a huge mistake. In fact, we finished last year's baseball season on a 57-28 run over the final few months of baseball last year, 57-28 for my clients. So don't sleep on baseball. We have baseball on a daily basis here all the way through the World Series, nearly 2.5 months to go still. College football started 10-3 last year in September, finished the NFL last year on a monster run, 28-13. Great time to get on board. So yes, by September, get August for free is an awesome special. Or if you're ready to take a long-term consistent investment approach, get all of basketball as well. The 1-year all-access pass with promo code SM365 is a great deal. It's an instant $811 discount. You see the details on the screen right there. At checkout, use promo code SM365. You get $811 discount instantly in my 1-year all-access pass, and that'll get this complete college and pro football season coming up, the complete college and pro basketball season coming up, the rest of this year's baseball. Once again, we finished on a 57-28 run last year in baseball at this point, and the whole first half of next year's baseball. This is a great time to lock in and start taking a serious, consistent investment approach. Treat this as an investment. It takes about 5 minutes a day. When I have a play ready, it is emailed out directly to all my subscribers at the same time. Click, boom. Everyone gets it with detailed analysis. It takes about 5 minutes a day to put the plays in and start treating this as a true investment. Check it out when you're ready. Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. And even if you're just following along, or if you're new to sports betting, you're new to Wager Talk, go to my page on a daily basis and get the free play. Once again, the bonus free play. By the way, they're hitting over 60% the past 3 weeks, and they're free. Don't cost nothing. Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. Get there quicker. wt.buzz/SM. Thumbs up, like, positive comment below, and also remember to follow me on social media at Steve Merrill, 2 R's, 1 L. See it on the bottom corner of your screen, MERRIL, at Steve Merrill on X and Instagram. And stay tuned here to Wager Talk TV, because you know there's more free play videos coming up next.
What's up, everybody? It's Hakeem Prophet or Ski Prophet, whichever you prefer to call me. And yes, that is my real name. I am with Wager Talk. I've been betting for almost 10 years now, and I guess we're going to talk about behind the bettor today, so you guys can learn a little bit about myself. I'll go through these cards. I didn't cheat, just so you guys know. I'm seeing everyone for the first time.
That was really interesting.
College football Saturdays or NFL Sundays? Absolutely NFL Sundays. I'm starting to get more into college, but NFL 1000%. What's the best sporting event you've ever attended? That's a really good question right there. Best sporting event I've ever attended. I'll say I really enjoyed a trip with my friends. We went to Florida. I went to Hollandale Beach, Florida. We went to a Marlins game. There was a preseason football game for the Dolphins. And then we also went to Gulfstream Park and bet horses, and we almost won the pick six. So A lot of friends that I started with in the industry were there at that event or events, and it was one of my favorite times.
There's a reason why this guy's turned into.
What's your most memorable sports bet? It's a lot of those, 1,000 of those. Russell Wilson, he threw the end zone pick. So I had Seattle against the Patriots. It was my first time betting $1,000. I thought they were going to win. I thought Marshawn was just going to run it in. And man, that's when you learn you have money and you think you already have it. It's already cashed. Not so fast. So that's one of my most memorable sports bets. What's the best gambling movie ever? I don't know that I've seen too many. I'm not a movie person. I spend most of my time playing sports, watching sports. So gambling movie, I don't even know if I can name one, honestly. I get shamed for my movies or my taste or lack of knowledge in movies. Other than sports betting, what's your favorite way to gamble? Horse racing, 1,000%. If I could do something one day, every single day, that's very high up there on the list. Horse racing is something that I really enjoy doing. Who would be on your Mount Rushmore of people in sports betting? Mount Rushmore? I just have people that I really respect in the industry, a lot of friends I respect. This is a tough question. Questions are getting tougher. Maybe I should have cheated. Mount Rushmore people in sports betting.
Also, take a look at the theme.
If I tried to answer this, all you guys would do is laugh at me.
Out in Philly, all that and more coming up on Giants Postgame Live.
All right, these are my personal Mount Rushmore. So I guess it's just people that
I wonder what your guys' take is.
Played a part in what I'm doing today. Peter Loshak, he showed me a lot about everything in sports betting, bankroll management, especially Gianni The Greek. He gave me my first, between him and Loshak, gave me my first chance to speak on a show talking about sports betting. So absolutely Gianni The Greek, 1,000%. Kelly in Vegas, I was just putting my stuff out for everybody, and she's another person who, has a lot to do with where I am today. So I love Kelly in Vegas. I don't know how many people is even on Mount Rushmore, but we got 3 right there. I feel like that's enough. Actually, no, one more. Natalie Rydstrom. She also was a part of me having my first show. So have to thank her 1,000% for giving me that opportunity. Best advice for sports bettors: you won't succeed unless you bankroll manage. You just absolutely won't. So it doesn't matter if you can pick a game correctly. If you can't manage a bankroll, you're going to be a loser. So learn to bankroll manage. What's your all-time favorite sports book in Las Vegas? We'll go with the Westgate. We're here at the Westgate. I spend a lot of time here. People come to town and usually can find me here to watch the games. We'll go with Westgate. If there's a specific NFL season that comes to mind as the best, if so, when was it? Yeah, I'm not the big NFL lover like everybody else. I
think they get this one as well.
I could honestly almost care less. I'll say what comes to mind is the best for me. I was a big LT fan, so we had really good seasons between him and Antonio Gates. We also had Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers. I'll say there was a season we made it really far, almost made it, and I think we lost to the Patriots. So LT being my favorite football player, that's one of my favorite seasons. I don't know what year it is. Football nerds, you guys know. Do you remember a day that was most profitable for you in sports betting? If so, what was it? Yeah, there was a day, I don't know if it was last season or the season before, I went 10-0 on the day. Absolutely killed it. So that was a really profitable day. I obviously had bigger scores as far as pick fives and horse racing or things of that nature, but to go 10-0 in one day.
On the corner, call the ball. X is ticked.
Do you remember your first sports bet? If so, what was it? I'll roll with this because it's the first one I remember. It was a Super Bowl. The ones you remember are either really big wins or really big losses, but this one was a loss. And I was, we won't say how old I was, but Cardinals versus Steelers. I believe I had the Cardinals, and they pretty much had won it. I just remember, I can't tell you the exact play, but Larry Fitzgerald has some miraculous play. He's like looking up at the scoreboard, running, he scores, and then somehow they lost. And that was the first time I had to really pay up. What's the biggest mistake you see sports bettors making today? They just don't care or don't take it seriously. It's okay. Some people want to do it, how do you call it, recreationally. Some people want to do it to actually like investing. And so just determine what you're doing. Like I said, bankroll manage, be smart with it. But that's the biggest mistake I see sports bettors making today, is not really caring enough. If you could only bet one sport for the rest of your life, what would it be? You know, I have a challenger right now. Any other time it would be basketball 1000%. But tennis is starting to look kind of nice lately. I love tennis, so tennis is giving me the runner-up. It'll be basketball for now, but tennis close second. I guess that's behind the better. Once again, Ski Profit, Hakeem Profit. Appreciate you guys tuning in. And yeah, hopefully you got to learn a little bit about myself.
It is. Let's restart that. We'll get you your free play and we'll get you on your way for Thursday. Off a 1-1 split yesterday, I did cash my premium client play, did drop my free play. They are now 8-3 the last 11 days. We always start with streakers and we always start with no run first inning. Baltimore leads the way with 7 straight Nerfies. The New York Mets 4 straight. Boston and Minnesota each 3 straight no-run first innings. The longest overall streak? Well, the Angels saw their 10-game streak snap last night. The Kansas City Royals step up. They are now on a 10-0 yes-run first inning streak. San Diego, 5 straight Yerfies. Texas, 3-0, yes run first inning. Starters, we always look at starters that are starting that day. We look at starters that have held at least 80% of their opponents scoreless in the first inning. And we also bring up those starters that have allowed at least 35% of their opponents to score a first inning run. So the first number, complete games. Second number, how many times your opponent scored. Jason Alexander, 6-0, 100%. Michael Lorenzen, 17-2, 89%. Patrick Corbin, 19-4, 83%. I usually only put pitchers with at least 5 starts, but we're going to mention Jose Urena. He's made 4 starts. He's 1-3, 25%. Joe Boyle, 3-2, 60%. Quinn Priester, 11-7, 61%. Mackenzie Gore and Brandon Young, both 64%. Gore, 16-9, Brandon Young, 7-4. Each day, except yesterday where the database was down, we go through a segment that really you ask for. I go through the comments, I look at what people request, what kind of information they want. I'm making you a better. So thank you for taking the time to add a comment. It helps our algorithms. Tell us what you like about the videos. Tell us what you don't like. Tell us if you would like something added. And please hit that like button. We appreciate you so much. Day games. I went back to day games since July 15th. So these are complete no-run first inning where both teams didn't score, or yes-run first inning, at least one of the teams scored. Since July 15th, the top Nerfy team, Mariners, 80%, 8 out of 10 games. The Braves, 75%, 6 out of 8 games. The Cardinals, 71%, and the Reds, only 67%. Do keep attention to that. Only 4 teams since July 5th have a yes-run first inning, has a no-run first inning of 66.7% or higher. Not a very big number. How about those teams? Yes run first inning. The Rays, 75%. the Astros 73%, the Angels 71.4%, the Yankees 70%, and the Mets and Nationals both 67% yes run first inning since July 15th in day games. Guys, I've mentioned this before. I am passing today for client releases a no-run first inning. Do not force plays. If it doesn't line up, just pass. I do have a free play. This game was close. I'll tell you why. It just missed out being a late phone play. But I do have a preseason play for tonight loaded now. Number 1 in preseason the last 11 years at WagerTalk. And you could save 33% off that daily package or any daily package of mine the rest of the month. Your code 33RM. And if you're brand new to WagerTalk, why not take 90% off the first daily package you buy from me? That code 90NEW, no spaces, 90NEW. That again is only for brand new first-time purchasers at WagerTalk. Free plays, 8 and 3 the last 11. We are going to go no-run first inning, Houston and Baltimore. Houston, 5-1 no-run first inning, and all 6 games, they failed to score a first inning run. Baltimore, 7 straight no-run first innings, and they have not scored a first inning run in 9 straight. Alexander, 6 starts, a perfect 6-0, not allowing a first inning run. And the only reason this wasn't a client play is Young has made 11 starts. He has allowed a first inning run 4 times, so that just kept it from being a premium release. Still a free play. Hopefully we go to 9 and 3, 75%. Check out my preseason game tonight. I'll be back on Friday with another first inning report. Thanks for tuning in.
Hey guys, Rob Vino, WagerTalk.com, WagerTalk TV. Here to answer a few questions, more personal and a little bit about betting here. Real quickly, I'm about 33 years in the industry now, since 1992. Long time. Done a lot of things over the course of my career. Now we're with WagerTalk, hopefully still cashing tickets. I'm going to answer a few questions for all of you here, see what we can get. The first one says, what was your first job in the sports betting industry? That came out here in Las Vegas, and it was a boiler room type operation, believe it or not. They hand you a sheet of names, you make a cold call, you tell them you absolutely knows who's going to win, if they send you money, blah, 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 blah. I wasn't very good at it, so I got out of there within a year and a half. So that was my first job here in the industry. Next up, other than sports betting, what is your favorite way to gamble? I don't think I have one, guys. I'm not a card player. I don't play any real casino games. Mostly all sports. I bet odd sports. I bet high life for a long, long time. Still do a little bit where it's available, horse racing, etc. But they're all sports, so no other real betting interest outside of sports. What's the best gambling movie ever? I wouldn't say it's the best gambling movie ever, but I'll give you my favorite. And I just saw it recently, about 2-3 years ago, was Molly's Game. And as I mentioned before, I'm not even a poker player, but I just thought the story was really interesting, solid movie, good acting, gave me a backstory on something I didn't know. So I'd say Molly's Game is my favorite gambling movie. This one is a no-brainer for me. It says college football Saturdays or NFL Sundays. It's college football Saturdays all the time, without question. Next up, do you remember your first sports bet? If so, what was it? Honestly, guys, I can't remember what my first sports bet was. I could probably come close. I'm going to guess, go back to like 1980, where I played the 1980 Holiday Bowl between SMU and BYU, Pony Express backfield, Eric Dickerson and Craig James, opposed by BYU quarterback Jim McMahon. actually got a pick 'em on that. BYU made a 21-point comeback or 20-point comeback in the last 5 minutes and won that bet. So that's the first one I kind of remember, probably because it was a success. If you could bet one sport for the rest of your life, what would it be? It would be football, and more football. Really, that's my favorite of all. So if I only had one to choose from, it would be any kind of football. What's your favorite all-time sports book in Las Vegas? That one's pretty easy. That's the Stardust. When I came to town, the Stardust was the most popular. I actually lived here 12 years. Was the most popular sports book in town. All the action happened there. I was actually lucky enough to be an entrant in the Stardust Invitational sports betting contest, the football contest, for a couple of times. But that was the place where all the action was. Definitely the Stardust on the Strip. What's the best sporting event that you've ever attended? I would say maybe at Shea Stadium. I'm a Connecticut native, used to go to Shea a lot. And it was a Dodger-Mets playoff game, I think game 5. Afternoon game after a Dodger extra inning win the night before. Went down with a bunch of buddies that were Met fans. Dodgers won. Good for me, bad for them. So that's probably the best sporting event I've ever been to. Playoff game, Mets-Dodgers. Best advice for sports bettors. Boy, I'm not big on giving advice, but I would say this. I would say, obviously be disciplined. Everybody says that. And have a real short-term memory. You can't be aggravated for a long time in this industry. I always try to compare it to a cornerback in football that gets beat for a touchdown. You have to just forget about it and come back the next day. Maybe be mad. For myself, it probably takes me about 5 minutes to get over these losses nowadays. And we all suffer through some tough ones. Your most memorable sports bet. This one's going to be good because I have this one. This happened back around the presidential election 1980 when Ronald Reagan won. I was with a buddy of mine. We're in a bowling alley. We wanted to bet the Seattle Supersonics, but there was nothing on the board. Our local book had nothing on the board that night to bet with the Sonics. We wanted a parlay, and the only thing he had available was the election. So he said, all right, give us the Sonics, Supersonics, and Ronald Reagan in a 40-time parlay. For those that don't know, back east, each time is $5. So it was a $200 parlay, Sonics and Reagan. Sonics were like a double-digit favorite that night. They win. Next night, we're back in the bowling alley rooting for Ronald Reagan. It was pretty much a landslide, so we won that parlay. And my buddy and I, we talk about it every election cycle. That's the most memorable. Who would be on your Mount Rushmore of people in sports betting? I would probably say guys that I listen to the most for advice. I think my dad was probably most influential for me getting to where I am. He was a bettor himself. B, I would say Dave Malinsky, for those who ever had the opportunity to meet him or listen to him. Absolutely learn something every time you would talk to Dave Malinsky. 3 and 4 is going to be difficult, guy. I might have to narrow my Rushmore down to 2 because there's so many people you could think of. But off the top of my head, my dad and definitely Dave Malinsky was a guiding light in this business. Stuff you, like I say, stuff you didn't know, he knew, and helped me along the way for sure. If you could share a VIP booth at a sports book with any 3 famous people for a day, who would they be? I'd probably go all football, guys. Definitely John Elway 1. Definitely Barry Sanders 2. And probably Bo Jackson 3. Those 3 guys, very famous, all Hall of Famers. I'd love to be in a booth with those 3 guys for one day. That would be a lot of fun. And I'm back to what was your first job in the sports betting industry? Okay, so I think I covered everything here, all the questions. I'd like to thank everybody that participates in WagerTalk.com and WagerTalk TV, and hope to see you guys all around soon. Keep cashing tickets.
5 free plays in Major League Baseball for Thursday, August 21st. Went 3-1-1 yesterday here on the Power 5. That's 3 winners, 1 loss, 1 push. Let's see if we can do it again today, or even better. We've got some national TV games to discuss, including the series opener of Red Sox Yankees. Stay tuned for that. Also, a reminder to go ahead and smash that like button whenever you do agree with one of the following free plays. As always, my hope is that you're going to agree with all 5. We got some day games, so let's get right into it. Mets Nationals, 4:05 Eastern. This will be your free game of the day on Amazon Prime. The Mets have now lost 15 of 20, and maybe without Brandon Nimmo today. However, I'd still take a small nibble with the Metropolitans on the money line in the series finale. Price a little bit cheaper on the Mets than it was for either of the previous 2 games, which they've split with the Nationals. Mets are going to be facing Mackenzie Gore today. Gore coming off back-to-back quality starts, yes, but before that, he'd been rocked for 6 or more runs in 3 of 4 starts, and the Nats are just 1-5 the last 6 times Gore has taken them out. Part of the reason for that is the Nats bullpen. Well, as you know, it continues to rank dead last in all of baseball in ERA. Nats are also a team that scores more on the road than they do here at home. So I think Mets starter Sean Manaea will be okay here. I like the Mets to take this series finale. Number 2 on the docket will be Padres Giants, 4:10 Eastern. This also a series finale after dropping the series opener. Padres have won each of the last 2 days. I like the under here, 8, as you can see on the screen. Tough to trust this Giants lineup, guys. It's been held to 1 run or fewer in 7 of the previous 10 games, including each of the last 2 here against the Padres. I know Justin Verlander will be starting for San Fran, and the team never seems to win with him on the mound. But Verlander has actually allowed 1 run or less in 4 of his previous 5 starts, so not his fault the team's not winning his starts as of late. On the other side, you got Dylan Cease starting for the Padres. Cease has been much better this season at home than on the road. At home, Cease's ERA 2 full points lower than it is on the road. Also, a 2.77 ERA in the daytime this year for Mr. Cease. As I mentioned earlier in the week when I told you to bet the under in the series opener, that hit. This is a matchup, Padres-Giants, of the top 2 bullpens in all of MLB. So runs should be scarce yet again, under 8. Before we get to the evening slate, quickly here, if you're catching this video early enough, hopefully you are, you can head on over to wt.buzz/BP, click the link in the description below, and get my 4% best bet for Thursday. If you're catching the show late, allow me to remind you, click subscribe if you already haven't done so. That way you're instantly notified when the Power 5 becomes available here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. But one more time, if it's still early, you got time. 4% best bet in MLB for Thursday. It goes early. Okay, back to the Power 5 now as we hit the evening slate. Red Sox, Yankees, marquee matchup of the day, 7:15 Eastern on Fox. When these teams met in Beantown back in mid-June, the Red Sox swept the 3-game series. Then they promptly traded Rafael Devers. But that trade, contrary to popular belief, did not sink the Red Sox season. They're still in wild card position, although they have now dropped 3 in a row. Had Wednesday off, which is worth noting, I think, getting an off day before a big series like this. But the Yankees, all of a sudden, they've turned it around, a 5-game win streak, and I'd back them as home favorites here. Luis Gil has looked good each of his last 2 starts for the Pinstripes. Meanwhile, I am not buying into Red Sox starter Lucas Giolito. He's got a 5.27 expected ERA and a 4.39 xFIP. Look for the Yankees to get it done here. Would play them on the money line. Number 4, Astros Orioles, also 7:15 Eastern. Some of you, I reckon only those living in Houston or Baltimore, will be getting this game instead of Red Sox Yankees on Fox tonight. And woo boy, the Astros have been bad of late. Allow me to use that very lame cliche. Houston, we have a problem. 4 straight losses. Astros have been shut out 4 of their last 6 games. 3 losses by 10 or more runs in the last 8 games. So that is why, when you look at the odds here, we have a first-place team as a slight underdog to a last-place team. Note, Orioles starter Brandon Young took a perfect game into the 8th inning of his last start, and that was against these very same Astros. Both O's wins in that series were shutouts, but the one game the Astros won over the Orioles last time was with Jason Alexander on the mound. No, I'm not talking about George from Seinfeld. I'm talking about the pitcher for the Astros who has now made 3 straight quality starts and allowed only 4 runs total over his last 4 starts. So I like under 9. I would still play this at 8.5, which is where it's heading. Houston has scored more than 2 runs in just 2 of its last 8 games. All right, we're going to round things out now with Cardinals Rays also at 7:15 Eastern. I don't think Cardinals should be favored on the road in this game. Simple as that. Tonight's starter, Sonny Gray, he gave up 6 runs in his most recent outing. He's also been bad on the road in general, particularly in the home run department. He's given up an average of 1.7 long balls per 9 innings away from Busch Stadium. I don't love Joe Boyle, who's starting for the Rays, but he's been better at home. Small sample size, but again, it's less about the pitchers and more about the price in this matchup for me. I make Tampa Bay a pretty clear favorite over St. Louis at home, so I would back them as underdogs here. All right, it is recap time here on the show. Let us now run through the 5 free plays one more time. Don't forget, catching this early, my best bet, a game I did not talk about here on the Power 5, is available. It's an early one, though, so you'll have to hurry. All right, number 1, Mets money line against the Nationals. I think they win the series. 2, we like Giants Padres under 8. Number 3, Yankees money line. I think the Pinstripes get the series with the Red Sox off on a positive note. Number 4, Astros Orioles under 9. The Astros are just putrid as of late. And number 5, Rays money line against the Cardinals. Disagree with the Cardinals being favored in that one. Okay, go ahead and comment down below with your thoughts on all of those plays. If there is a game I did not hit on and you would like my opinion on it, ask away. I hit on most of the games, though. If you just want to share what you're betting on Thursday, go ahead and do so. Always enjoy seeing you guys talk about what you're betting on. Then, after you're done commenting, head on over to wt.buzz/BP. Again, click the link in the description below where you can take advantage of this very special offer. There you see it right there. You purchase a 30-day all-access pass. We will extend your subscription through the end of September at no additional cost. So in short, you're getting the rest of August free when you buy. The sooner you buy, the more plays you get. And if you choose to subscribe to me, this is good for all the WagerTalk handicappers, but if you're kind enough to subscribe to me, you're getting all my MLB, all my college football, all my NFL, all my soccer through the end of September. Not only have I not had a losing record in any month during 2025, but I'm up 59.2 units in college football since November 2023, and I'm number 1 in soccer, up 59.6 units since April of 2024. So be a part of the big finish to August and what's going to be a super September right now over at wt.buzz/BP. I went 66% with all football, NFL plus college last September. So that's what you're getting with me. Speaking of college football, today is the day, the big day. WagerTalk's brand new show, The Blitz, hosted by me, will be making its debut at 1 p.m. Eastern immediately following WagerTalk today. We will be live and taking your questions, so be sure to tune in. I'll be joined by my good friends Ross Benjamin and Ralph Michaels talking the complete Week 0 card, including, of course, Farmageddon between Iowa State and Kansas State. That is going to do it for this edition of the Power 5. I'll be talking to you later. I hope you enjoyed this video, though. Reminder, like and subscribe if you did. Again, be seeing you at 1 p.m. Eastern. Until then, let's cash some tickets.
Welcome to the best sports betting show on the planet. I'm your host, Andy Lang. It is Thursday. Today, you're going to hear from Gianni. We're going to get a big Steam report. We're going to hear from Dave Mason, Bookmaker, from betonline.ag, where the sharp money is going. We're going to talk a little college football, UFC Shanghai with Kyle Anthony, NFL preseason breakdowns. You're going to get information here that most bettors are not going to get. So if you want the edge, this is where you find it. Let's get started here. Let's bring on Gianni while we're doing that. Hit the like button, guys. Andy, Steve, Ross, and Gianni are my only friends. Brent. All right, brother. Well, hey, sometimes you just keep a very, very close circle of friends, Brent. Happy to be a part of it, and happy Thursday. Gianni, haven't seen you in a couple days. How's everything going? I know it's a busy, busy Thursday.
Amazing. Yeah, absolutely. A really, really busy Thursday. I have to get up really early because we've been firing on the tennis, and that tennis has just been stealing, man. They went 6-0 yesterday with a plus 270, a plus 115. It was like they're just the first day they split. I think we hit one more bet than we lost. And since then, I don't think we've lost a bet, but I can't even use them. And I'm not even going to give out the tennis. Forgive me. Last time I gave out the tennis here, I had to get belted by customer service about, the line moved, the line. Bro, what do you think they're going to do? They're qualifiers. They're not even the main tournament. If I bet it, it's going to move. Like, if you don't want to know the information, I won't share the information. But what could I do? I'm giving it as I'm betting it, and I can't help it if no one else is betting the other side. These are qualifiers. If they can't write a bet on the other team, they're going to move it a lot. And there's not anyone else really betting these qualifiers except us. So if we bet minus 110, within minutes, it's going to get them 170. That's not my fault. I can't control that. So I just said, you know what? I talked to Johnny. I said, I'm just going to save the headache and just not release any tennis unless it's a major, major tournament towards the end where everybody could get down, because it's just not worth dealing with the headache of, like, I can't help. If you don't have balance, you don't have balance. Don't bet it. Forgive me, but I couldn't believe it. You get out free information, they still complain. I just don't understand. And then there's guys giving out the guys are selling same game parlays out there, and they're pissed that I'm giving plus 180 money lines that go off at 150. You know what I mean?
Well, we had a tennis play that's opened at minus 120 and it closed at minus 275. So guilty.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to do.
Oops. Yeah,
that's what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Well, I want to talk Dana White Contender Series here towards the end, but we have a lot of lines to look at.
Yeah, I got a lot of NFL, a lot of preseason, small college football. Small Major League Baseball, not too much, but a lot of NFL.
Well, let's talk NFL and college football. Huge move on the Giants. The New England opened minus 2.5. Now Giants are minus 6.5. I totally get that. I can't believe they opened New England as a favorite in that one. I see we got a couple totals here. What are you seeing from your end on the Steam report?
Yeah, and you got to be careful because both games tonight did get steamed, but not at the numbers they're sitting at right now. Perfect example, 101 Pittsburgh got bet at -2, -3, and even through that key number, they laid -4. But they're not laying the 5 and 5.5s. That's the piggybackers and recreational bettors laying that bad number. And under 36.5 also got sharp money. Same thing with the Giants. I saw all the way up to -4. From -2.5, I saw up to -4. But right now, what I'm seeing in recreational accounts, they're laying -6 with the Giants, or they're teasing the Giants. They're teasing in preseason to get the Giants down to a pick 'em. Let me explain something to you. When you use a teaser and you take a -6 down to a pick 'em, you do not have that team on the money line, because you now have to hit another bet and you're laying -130 for that privilege. So you don't have team A at a pick 'em like you think. You have two teams that both have to win at an adjusted number with added vig. So there's more pieces to the puzzle than just getting the Giants down to a pick 'em. So be cautious with using creativity to get a bet that you think is giving you a better price when it really ultimately isn't. Real fast, I'll go through these quickly because Friday and Saturday, there's a ton of NFL. Let me try to point you guys in some of the right directions. 110, Tennessee -1.5, 2.5, and 3. But when it got to 4.5, I saw take back on Minnesota. That shows you when the lines move significantly, the only question you have to ask yourself is, now, is there value on the other side? Because I already missed the boat. 111, Chicago at +3. Also a little money line sprinkled on Chicago. 116, Cincinnati +3.5 and +3. The piggybackers, they're laying points with Cincinnati. The Steam Chasers laid 1.5. They laid 2, and I'm sure the public will get them up to 3. But rest assured, the sharp side is Cincinnati at +3.5, at +3, not -1.5, not -2, not -3. So be cautious. Numbers matter. They at the end of the day, you got to be betting good numbers. Indianapolis, Cincinnati also under 38.5 and 37.5. 120, Cleveland -3.5 and 4. They started seeing what was happening, and this book started moving significantly. So before they'd go -3.5, -4, -4.5. Maybe to 4.5, then to 6. That didn't happen. You're starting to see a preseason. Once a key number gets hit like 3, and then through the key number gets hit, they're really adjusting. So they're going from -3.5, -4 to -7. And that's when you started seeing take back on the Rams at +7. So Cleveland -3.5 and 4, Rams +7. Both sharp bets, just a different number. 120 over 37.5, 38, Rams, Cleveland. 124, Green Bay -1. 126, Miami -1.5, all the way to -3. Piggybackers are betting you all the way up to -5. And 127, Buffalo +1. Also saw Vegas and Chargers in there, but need to get more confirmation. Again, as my subscribers will tell you, I think I might have released only 2 NFL so far this week, coming off a 10-4 week 2, because I've waited for confirmation. Made the mistake in the first week that cost us. That's not going to happen again. So I know I'm releasing a lot of sharp information, but you got to remember, with the lines moving so significantly, there will be take back. So for premium plays, we're going to wait and wait for strong confirmation, staying selective in preseason especially.
Love it. College football. I see we got a lot of movement on the total in the Stanford-Hawaii game. Open 55.5. That's down to 50.5. Makes sense. You got a Stanford team that, a lot of things up in the air, and the Hawaii team just isn't the juggernaut that it once was. Anything else in college football of note?
No, just the two-way action in Kansas State and Iowa State. Like I saw early sharp action on the Kansas State side, and then at 3.5, I was seeing Iowa State getting picked off. And then in the Kansas-Fresno State, Fresno was one of those summer steam moves where you saw they took out the 14.5, they took out the 14 on Fresno. Makes sense. Once it got down to 12, I did see some sharp bettors lay the 12 with Kansas. And actually, I like that side. I thought Kansas, anything less than 2 touchdowns, I thought was the right side. So when I saw the Fresno steam, it kind of got me off the game. But now I'm starting to see some Kansas sharp money come back. So kind of leaning that way as well. And the Hawaii game, Hawaii and the public and the wise guys are on Hawaii. The wise, I like I said on Bet on It, I gave out Hawaii to my subscribers weeks ago on the money line at -115. I think that money line's up to like -130, 135. So we got a good number, which is good. But I don't like when the sharps and the public are all on the same side and the books aren't reflecting that, meaning Hawaii should be a 3-point favorite right now. The reason they're not a 3-point favorite is probably any 3 that went out there that was buy orders taken on the dog on Stanford, or else we'd be looking at 3s probably across the board, because Hawaii is a lot of risk for the books already. And I think it's just going to pile up between now and kickoff.
All right. Anything in baseball? I see Colorado is taking money.
Yep. You nailed it. Colorado again, baby. That's the darling right now. Colorado is the wise guy darling. Not only are they betting Colorado to win games on the money line, but they're betting Colorado on the run line as well, where you're not getting as good odds. But here's what you got to remember with Colorado. They've been making you a lot of money of late. This is a team now that's won 7 of their last 10 games. Okay.
Amazing.
3 of those games, they were 2-1 or better as dogs. They were never less than +150. That's the great equalizer, man. The money line in sports, and just like the point spread in spread bets. And we talked about that. This is the time of the year where it's going to be hard to make money in baseball if you're going with the narrative. And that means betting those teams that need to win to get in the playoffs or jockeying for position and fading those teams that have been bad all season. Those teams that have been bad all season, they're bringing up youth right now. Those kids got a reason to play. They are trying to make the team. They're trying to play in Major League Baseball, not AAA. So they're going to bring it each and every night. And it's hard to bet these teams because of how bad they've been all year. But Colorado's a perfect example of that. If you're getting plus 200, you got to win 1 out of 3 bets just to break even. And we talked about it in the beginning of the year. Very few teams, when the season's over, are going to win less than 30% of their games. It's only those seasons where it's an outlier. So keep that in mind over the next 6 weeks, because you're going to have to run into some of those burning buildings if you want to make money in baseball.
You know, I'm looking at the standings in the last 10 games, and here's who have the best records the last 10 games: the Yankees, the Braves, and the Rockies. Like,
there you go.
Who
Braves and Rockies, two teams that you couldn't talk people into it. Like you could have gave them your money to bet it, and they wouldn't have bet it.
Yeah. Anything on road to UFC? We have a question about road to UFC. I run for the hills on road to UFC. That is such a dangerous. Those fights are very dangerous to bet on. The only thing I like, and she's already minus 275. Bruna Brazil in the main event. Ming Shi's coming off an unbelievably devastating knockout. Like, she put the girl in the hospital. But the fact is, she was getting her ass kicked before that. And Bruna Brazil, she's not great in the UFC, but she is UFC caliber, but it's minus 275. I don't have anything else in road to UFC. I do not bet on those fights. Do you?
No, I do, actually. I just like with the smaller promotions, PFL, LFA, but I'm very, very selective. I'll be straight. I did all UFC because I have to send them in some betting notes each and every week. So I've been working on that card over the last 2 days and plan today to dig into those road to UFC and PFL. So maybe have something for you guys. And check the free picks page as well. Nothing there. But someone Titan asked about Yankees, Boston. I like Yankees. I like the Yankees. I like them at the opener a lot more than the current price. But I think it's Yankee favorite or pass right now in that game. I think it's Yankees or pass. The only problem is, again, the line's moved a little too significantly.
I got to ask you about Contender Series. That was one of my biggest winning nights ever in Contender Series, just watching live. I told you you'd like that Jimenez guy. Isn't he awesome?
Yeah.
He's really, really good, man. I love that guy. We did our live show, and listen, Quozy, nothing but respect. We unloaded on him watching him walk out to the octagon.
Yeah.
How nervous he was. That was a lamb going to be slaughtered. What was it like in the building? There's obviously a lot more energy and a lot more positivity.
100%. It was a total difference between what a contrast between week 1 and week 2. It was almost like once that first fight ended, it was like, okay, now we're back to normal. Okay, now the Contender Series back to normal, because we were coming off 3 decisions the week, 4 decisions out of 5 fights in the week prior. Not signing a bunch of guys. So yeah, it was like B. Joe Piper all over again. And that's exactly what we saw in week 2 with the finishes. It's funny because you saw a lot of those lines move significantly. And here's the mistake that bettors make with Contender Series that I've realized. These lines move a lot. And if you're not getting down early, then you're forcing yourself to either parlay or get creative. So now you're making already a difficult exercise even harder. It's hard enough to determine the outcome between 2 human beings at that particular time on that day, how they're going to perform. Like, there's a lot of randomness to that question. But then how they're going to do it, not just if they're going to do it, but then how they're going to do it. Are they going to sub? Are they going to knock out? Are there going to be a decision? Like, now you're going to adding levels of thinking that makes it so much harder. You're going so far out on the risk curve, and the return is never worth it. Like, if you're forcing yourself to have to get more creative to place a bet, you shouldn't be placing it. If there's not value at minus 500, then let it go. I'm not telling you to go out there and lay minus 500s because, that's how you go broke really fast. But what it means is you just missed the boat. You might like that side. It was a great bet at minus 300. Now you can't let it go for the next one. And next time, fire sooner. Pull the trigger sooner. but don't wait till the end like I have to do for the show. Like, that's the least optimum betting. I'm betting in the Contender Series, which is hard enough, but I'm betting closing lines at Contender Series on the show. That's like, you know what I mean? Suicidal. But again, what's something that shows you just how much value, because the lines move so much, man.
Well, now that you pulled back the curtain, we're like rooting for you on our show. we're like rooting hard for Johnny.
Thank you.
In an impossible situation on there. So it's a great Thursday. I know we got a big weekend ahead. What do you have up for everyone at WagerTalk?
Yeah, I just sent out the second UFC bet for this Saturday's card, so the package will go up. There's the NFL for Saturday. Preseason already confirmed a couple bets. I have Friday is it Saturday that college football week 0 college football package already up. Finished number 1 in profit 2 of the last 4 years in college football. Turned the profit in 4 of the last 5. Loving the college football. Really ready for it this season. So jump on board for Saturday. And over these next couple months, I'm just so excited, man. Really, really excited to do some damage in football. And going to be a busy weekend. So jump on board. Great time.
Awesome stuff, Gianni. Great to have you here. Good to have you back at the Steam Report, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Let's have a big Thursday. So, all right, guys. Big special that we have up is buy September, and get August for free. Get the rest of August. What is it? 21st? Yeah, you're gonna get about a week and a half already of free plays here. So just buy September. Cost drops to about $49 a week. It's less than $7 a day. We got college football. We got NFL preseason. We got all the big time sports. So might as well tack on some free days on this. Act now. If you're gonna latch onto a handicapper, do it right now. You get all of September, and then you're gonna get plays for this weekend here. So don't sit back and wait till the last second or the last day of August. Lock it in now. Grab the free weeks and ride with us all the way through September. Again, buy September and get the rest of August free. This is good for any handicapper. So take advantage of that now. So let's see. Got keeps asking about PFL. We're not going to do a PFL video because I believe those fights are tonight. Sketchy card. We have not had very good success in PFL. Billistini by KO over Carl Williams might be a good look. Carl's going to be a wrestler, Billistini, but honestly, nothing much. You got a minus 1,100, a minus 2,800, so not great lines. So not really gonna force it. I think it's terrible fights in PFL. It's absolutely awful fights. So actually, Dan, if Kyle's ready, let's do Kyle. Let's talk some UFC Shanghai. We're waiting for Dave Mason, so we'll bring on Kyle, and we'll talk UFC here. We got a weird card here. It's going to start at 3 a.m. My time. So awesome, Kyle. Nothing says let's have a great big UFC card than starting it at 3 a.m. So let's bring on Kyle here. Yo, Dan, let's bring on. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend. Kyle, strange card. We're going to break down a couple of fights. I am debating whether or not I want to stay up and watch it. I'm debating.
The only question really is do you stay up and watch it, or do you go to bed early and get up? It's like there's a little bit of a game you got to play there with, like, do you try to just call it a night and get up early? But I'm probably going to get up early and watch some of these fights. Maybe miss some of those early prelims, but definitely going to get up early and watch it.
Well, let's talk a couple of these fights here. We do have some bettable opportunities. So let's start with Michelle Pereira and the returning Kyle Daukaus. Kyle, I love the opportunity to fade a Daukaus. Anytime I get a Daukaus in the UFC. This one worries me, but I'm interested in your breakdown. How do you break down Michelle Pereira and Kyle Daukaus?
Yeah, so we have Michelle Pereira. He's sitting around minus 270 on the comeback here. We've got Kyle Daukaus. He's at plus 215. Now, the first thing when you look at the Pereira fight is the fact that his last fight was pretty much he threw it. And I know that sounds crazy, but that was one of the worst performances we have seen from him. It almost like a glorified sparring match. He didn't really try against Magomedov. It was just pitter-patter shots. It was very ugly altogether. So it's definitely going to be hard to trust this guy. But when you look at really what's kind of going on in his body of work, since he moved up from 170 to 185, I think it's been a great move for him. 170, very, very tough for him to make. He was draining himself. He had multiple issues trying to make weight. And then once he got to 185, he definitely kept the power, kept his strength, kept a lot of the speed that he had, even at 185. And then you look at the fact that his 3 first fights, all first-round finishes, looked really good. And then they gave him Fluffy Hernandez, which is probably one of the worst stylistic matchups for him. The guy's got insane cardio, insane pace, great wrestling. And even though with all of that and Fluffy finished him in the 5th round, you still saw Pereira, he hurt him in the 1st round, almost finished him in the 1st round. And then that was kind of it for him. He had that one splash, wasn't able to get it. And then he lost the next one to Magomedov, which was a terrible performance overall. But I do think due to those really bad performances, I think the market's providing some nice opportunities here in methods of victory and those types of things. And the other thing you got to look at is also the fact this is a massive step down in competition here for Pereira. You're fighting these top level guys. Fluffy's going to be fighting, for a title possibly soon. And now you're fighting Kyle Dawkins. And now you got Kyle Dawkins here, who this is his 2nd stint in the UFC. His first stint, it didn't really go that well. He was 2-4-1 in the UFC before they cut him. He got knocked out back-to-back times and just really bad look overall. Then he goes to CFFC, which is a lower level organization. And even there, he goes out there, he does win 4 straight fights, but even there, he was rock wobbled multiple times, had some really bad looks, and he's fighting guys that are pretty much part-time fighters. They're construction workers during the day and they're fighters at night. These records of the guys that he beat, 6-3, 8-6, 17-9, 8-11. Very bottom of the barrel guys. And this is, again, a massive step down for Pereira here. And you look at the biggest issues here for Dawkins is going to be his durability. Again, knocked out twice before he was cut from the UFC. He's very hittable in the pocket, has no striking defense. And Pereira, if he lets his hands go, I think he really dominates very early in this fight here. Plus, I think that Dawkins does need takedowns. And Dawkins, 25% takedown success rate, not the greatest. Pereira's is 67 takedown defense rate. I think he keeps us on the feet. I think Dawkins is way too hittable. And I think that this is providing a great line for inside the distance here. So getting off Pereira at the minus 270 mark, you can get him inside the distance, sitting around plus 115. I think that is an absolutely great price here. I don't think if he wins this, which I do believe he does, I don't see this going to the scorecards here. I think Pereira puts it on him here. This is a great bounce back spot. So I like Pereira to get that finish in this fight.
I mean, I watched Dawkins on the regional scene, and he hasn't gotten better.
He's like the same fighter. He's the same old
thing with this guy.
Yeah.
Same fighter. So
yes.
Yeah, if Pereira has a pulse, yes, he should get the finish here.
Right.
Let's talk.
If he tries here, he's got a great chance. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Let's talk Austin Hubbard and Rong Zhu. It's an Austin Hubbard fight, so it's going the distance. Rong Zhu, pretty incredible story. I like this guy. He's 25 years old. He's had like 30 fights. This is a guy that comes from an orphanage where they literally get dropped off as kids.
Yeah.
And they get trained to fight. Here, we'll feed you, we'll give you shelter, we'll give you clothes in exchange. You're going to fight later in life, and we get 50% of your money. It's a wild story. I like where he's going, though. I think he's got talent. I think he's got skill. I think he got started way too early, but that's just the nature of what happens when you come from this area. But how do you break down this Rong Zhu and Hubbard? I like Zhu.
Yeah, so you got Rong Zhu here. He's around minus 250. On the comeback, you have Austin Hubbard. He's about plus 205. Now, as you said, kid's 25 years old, 32 professional fights. That is just off the charts, the amount of fights that he has had. And we're definitely, as you're saying, he's growing up in the cage and he's growing up on the job, and you are seeing him consistently get better. He trains now at CKB. I think that's definitely continuing to improve him, get his arsenal all together here. And one of the big things that he really showcased was his most recent fight against Cody Steele. And Cody Steele, kind of a rising guy, rising prospect. There was some talk about him kind of having some opportunities here, but, Rong Zhu goes in there as a plus 280 underdog, absolutely dominates, outperforms his number, outlands Steele 127 to 59 on significant strikes, had a knockdown, just dominated. And again, at 25 years old, you are going to see massive improvements consistently with these guys, especially when they're in the right camp and they're in a camp like CKB. And Hubbard on the other side, this is another guy having his second stint in the UFC. You know, they're bringing him in and they're shipping him to China, and I think that this is going to be a bad situation for him. Hubbard on his first go around, he was 3-4 in the UFC. They cut him, they brought him back. He's now 1-3 in the UFC, so it's not that he's really getting much better either here. He's a journeyman fighter overall, and I think when you look at his skill set, he's slow, he's plotty, he doesn't really do too much. You know, he's good everywhere but great at nothing, you know, and he's got, you know, he's going to look to grind. He's going to look to take him down, grind him up against the fence, a 31% takedown success rate. I don't think that's going to work out well for him. The CKB guys consistently get better and better with their takedown defense, and Rong Zhu on the other side is just really better everywhere, better striking, faster hands, takedown defense is at 84%. So I just think that he can keep this standing, land more of the impactful shots. And that's kind of where I'm going with this. And as you said, you know, this fight I do think goes the distance. I think this is a spot where Rong Zhu really pushes that volume out. He's always out voluming a lot of his opponents. And again, that's, you know, sprawl and brawl, keep it on the feet. And I just think when you're looking at Hubbard, he has 9 losses, 6 are by decision here. I think he's got enough durability to kind of get this to the scorecards here. So you got Rong Zhu, you can get off the -250 number, and you can get him at about a pick 'em anywhere from +100, -105 on the fight to go to the scorecards, and he wins by decision. So I think Rong Zhu wins by decision here. I think he outlands him, and I think that Hubbard survives this and probably gets cut at the end of this. But I do like Rong Zhu to get the job done.
Yeah, I agree. Hubbard, I mean, it's cutting season in UFC. They're trimming down the roster. They got contender series. They got some guys that look really good.
Definitely.
So, I agree. So we're not doing Sell Me. Dan is jumping on a flight right after this. I believe it's his honeymoon, and he doesn't have a camera or microphone.
Congrats,
he doesn't have
Dan.
a camera or microphone, so no Sell Me today. But Kyle, it's UFC Shanghai. What do you have up for everyone this weekend?
Yeah, so this weekend I do have a 5% play up. As Andy said, this is an early card here, 3:30, something like that on the East Coast. So this is going to be one of those ones where you're going to be able to bet on Friday, wake up with some profit in your account, and I think we've got a good spot here. So check it out, WagerTalk.com. Do have 2 plays in there. Again, always going to be adding as we get closer to fight night. So check it out, WagerTalk.com.
Kyle Anthony, let's cash on UFC Shanghai in the wee hours of the morning. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next week. Have a great weekend. We're going to do all around the world. At the end of the show, we have Dave Mason, and he's a busy man in his cubicle, which, Dave, it still cracks me up every single time. Happy NFL preseason. Happy college football season. Interested how things are going, what the handle's been on NFL preseason compared to college football. Happy Thursday, my friend.
Hey, happy Thursday. Thanks for having me. I mean, let me see here. I mean, the big action hasn't come in college football yet, even for this weekend's games. So let's see here. I mean, overall, the bigger games in college football will do more action. They'll do more action. But you know, you get a lot of sharp bets on the NFL preseason, which really inflates the volume too. But overall, these college football games will do more action than NFL preseason. But the NFL preseason still does really good money. I mean, again, like I said, there's just so much sharp action on these NFL preseason games that kind of inflates the volume because you know they're not, you know, they're betting a lot more money than the recreational guys.
I'm assuming you guys had an incredible week 1 of preseason. All the line moves kind of backfired on everyone. How was week 2 for you guys?
Actually, we got crushed. I mean,
okay.
We lost. I mean, I forget I was tweeting. I was kind of keeping score at a day-by-day basis. We lost the first 6 days of preseason, and then we won 2 in a row, and then we lost again. So whatever that is, I guess it's what 2-7. I think preseason games or something. Okay. I might be off 1 or 2 there, but I mean those odds moves. Like I said, you know, those odds moves. I mean, the sharp guys are taking advantage of that. So you're just getting so much. Like I click on our sharp tab here, and it's just like all these games just have 2-way sharp action on it, you know, and it's the line moves are so violent, and it's just a race for information, and it's so much easier than ever to get information on these games. And you know, we got 1 or 2 guys battling managing all these games, battling all these sharps, getting all this information, and we're moving off their stuff. And next thing you know, these odds move or they're flip. You know, one team was -3, open -3, and they close +4. I mean, it's just you get middle left and right. It's not fun. We can't wait till NFL regular season.
Brent was asking, is there more, like just today, are you going to take more handle on the couple of NFL preseason games or the baseball slate?
Depends what baseball game, but the biggest baseball games, we'll do more volume. We'll do more volume on them. But again, the limits are higher there too, right? We're doing like 15,000, and you get all that sharp guys. So that runs it up. Lower level, MLB games that aren't getting that much interest, you'll do more on the NFL preseason. But overall, more on MLB, but it's not an exact science.
I'm looking forward to college football and NFL week 1. What you guys open lines for week 1, college football week 1, NFL? Have you seen any line movements or sharp action on any of those games?
Well, I mean, for this weekend for college football, some sharp is plus Stanford +3.5, Western Kentucky -9.5, Western Kentucky under 61 or more, Hawaii under 51.5 or more. Next week, not a lot has come in yet. I mean, there's been some, but waiting for the limits to go higher. Minnesota -16.5. What's Colorado here? Colorado +5. But again, most of that, big sharp action will come in next week as the limits go higher. As far as NFL, kind of same. I mean, we get some early action, but once the limits get pumped up in a week and 2 weeks, then the real sharp action comes in. Let's see what I got here. KC -2.5. Giants +7 was sharp. Bucks pick was sharp. So here's another one. Bills. That's a board. Yeah, Bills -1, -105. They're now -112. So there is some sharp stuff, but again, most of it comes in week of once those limits get bumped up.
All right. Have you been betting anything these days?
A little bit. Not that I just have a couple play. I'm taking Iowa State +3. Brian Ortega +235 at UFC this weekend. I probably won't watch it because it's going kind of early. Well, yeah, so we'll see. But
early.
Yeah, right. I woke up at 3:30 this morning, so I might be up for it. I might be able to watch the whole damn event. Who knows? What my insomnia is doing on Friday morning or Saturday morning, wherever the hell it is.
Yeah, you're right. It's either early Saturday morning or late Friday night, depending on your sleep schedule here. So, remind us about the contest that you're running at Bet Online.
Oh yeah, big contest here. We got 2 different Survivor contests. We got the traditional one. That's a $1 million guaranteed prize pool. There's gonna be an overlay in that, without a doubt. So you know what that means. There's an overlay. Definitely get in it. Only
What's $30 for everyone. Describe an
overlay is when we don't collect the money enough. We don't collect as much money as the prize pool is. So, let's say the prize pool is $1 million, but we only collect 800,000. That means there's an overlay of $200,000. So it's kind of helps you out with a mathematical advantage kind of thing, right? So there will be an overlay. I'm 99% sure that. So that's $1 million, only $30 to enter. Enter numerous times at a discount. Then we had the first time ever we're doing the $100,000 spread Survivor. Now there's not going to be an overlay in that. We kind of went low. It's our first time, but we're going to add. There's going to be no rate though, so we're going to add every dollar onto the prize pool. So if we collect $200,000, that's going to be the prize pool. So yeah, get in those, and that's only $20 to enter, I believe, 20 or 25, I forget. Enter numerous times for discounts. Spread Survivor, obviously, it is what it is. It's the same thing as Survivor, except you're picking against the spread. So there's going to be a lot of carnage. There's no way in hell that lasts the whole season.
We have a very interesting comment that I want to get your opinion on, Dave.
Oh boy.
Okay, so Dale puts in the chat, in quotes, sharps. What a joke. They don't win any more than squares. So when you say it, use the word sharp, are you saying that they win more? Or are you saying that they get the line move better?
I'm telling that, sir, is incorrect. I mean, I respectfully disagree with that young man or old man or whoever he is. I mean, sharps are guys who win money long term on sports betting. I mean, it happens. People say that sharps don't exist. Is wrong. They do. They win long term. They beat the closing number. We respect their action. A lot of books don't take their action. I mean, you just look on Twitter. You look at all these people complaining. I got banned from this book. I got banned from that book. They limited me to $1. Why would those books be limiting and kicking these people out if there were no such thing as sharps or long-term winners? They exist, and there's more than ever. There's more than ever because there's more information. There are all these damn Discord groups and everything sharing information and all betting at once and syndicates and all this stuff. You know, and there's different levels of sharps. You know, there's originators who originate the lines. We love those guys because they help us shape those lines. Then there's, steam chasers, arbitrage guys who are just, betting plus 101 on something at one book and plus 101 on something in our book, and they're just, trying to make a penny on $1 on all these massive volume bets. So there's, then there's the bonus kind of guys. I don't really want to call them sharp, but they're long-term winners too. There's different types, but yes, there are professional bettors out there, 100%.
All right. If there's anybody that would know, it is Dave Mason there. So Dale, there you go. Yeah, there's not a lot of them, but there are sharps out there, and that's who. It'd
be easier if there wasn't. I wish I could sell here and say, yeah, there are no such thing as sharps, and just everybody bring your action, and okay, limits are $100,000 on ping pong. Let's go at it, But it's not the reality we live in here. Sorry.
$100,000 limits in ping pong. Don't you threaten me with a good time.
Darts. Sorry, darts. How about that?
Listen, a true story, Dave. I followed a guy who bet Czechoslovakian table tennis, and he got me banned from several books.
There you go. Exactly.
He was lights out. He was lights out. Now I can't use those books anymore. And he stopped giving out plays because everyone was getting banned. I miss him so much. It was like taking a pay cut. All right. Dave, where can we find you on social media? Dave is a great follow on social media.
At Dave Mason, BOL. Come on over and say hello.
All right. Thank you so much, Dave. And, man, we're going to get a lot of Dave Mason here coming forward with football season. So
all right.
Great comments. And honestly, when Dave comes on, load up the questions. He'll answer just about anything. So Brent, great. Brent, he's a sharp. He goes 5 out of 6 every day in a parlay, 90% winner. There you go. Brent, our in-house sharp, Brent. That's a great comment. So, all right, let's do all around the world. I will tell you guys, I have a WNBA prop of the day that is up. We do not do many WNBA plays for clients. This one is a must-add. Go grab that one. Tour Championship has started. Client plays have already started. So if you missed out on those, we're going to profit during the day, and then we're going to profit tonight. So WNBA prop is up. Like I said, we're very low volume in WNBA. We've hit 67% of our WNBA bets since the start of August. So, grab that WNBA best bet that's up. Am I doing a live stream for PFL tonight? No. We're going to record UFC tonight, and we'll get that up tomorrow here on the WagerTalk channel. But yeah, for Winning in the Shadows, no, we're not doing a live show for PFL. So. All right, let's. Andy said he'll put his company on Luke Littler. Depends on the matchup, Brent. If I get a good matchup, I'll absolutely lay the house on Luke Littler in the right format. All right, let's go all around the world here. And we got a couple of NFL plays, and then we got a soccer play that was on the WagerTalk page. So I thought that was a really good one. We have 2 NFL preseason games tonight. Let's take a look at 2 team totals. We're going to go to the Steelers and the Panthers, and I like the Panthers under 15.5 on their team total. Quarterback situation is kind of a preseason disaster for Carolina. Dalton is hurt now, so Young is not going to get any playing time. So Plummer was 10 of 14 for 83 yards and 2 interceptions. They scored 3 points last night. Backup defense for the Steelers should be good enough to hold them under 2 touchdowns. So I'll take the Panthers under 15.5. Patriots and Giants. I like the Giants over 21.5. They set up great for preseason because I got a lot of depth at quarterback. Wilson, Dart, Winston, DeVito, all quarterbacks with experience or upside. They've scored 31 and 34 points the first 2 games. Patriots held the opponents under their total for the first 2 games, but they played no good quarterbacks. No matter who the Giants put in, I expect them to have success. And the Patriots do not look like they're going to play Drake May very much, so expect extended possessions from the Giants. I like them over 21.5. Those are your 2 NFL preseason games for tonight and 2 team totals. We're also going to look at Chelsea at West Ham. Carmine likes Chelsea in regulation. West Ham lost 3-0 to newly promoted Sunderland. Chelsea, in their last game, they ended up with a draw, I believe, but they had 71% possession. They outshot the team 19-11, so we're looking at that. It's a little bit juicy, around minus 150, but we like Chelsea to win in regulation. All right, that is going to do it for us today on a Thursday. Dan, have a blast, my brother. Enjoy your vacation. Enjoy the time off. We're going to be back tomorrow with another episode of Wager Talk Today. You got Steam Report. We're going to go over a huge loaded college football and NFL preseason slate. So thank you very much for joining us. Don't forget, Flex Picks are up, and that by September, get the rest of August is an incredible special. You get free plays for the rest of August if you just buy September. You're looking at less than $7 a day. It's on the deals page. It works for any handicapper, myself included. Let's cash in WNBA tonight, guys. Let's do it again tomorrow and get you ready for the weekend. Hit the like button and make sure you subscribe to the Wager Talk channel and hit that bell. That way you get notified when all of our shows go live. And don't forget, the Blitz is coming up at 1 o'clock Eastern. So here in about 15 minutes, the Blitz. Brian Power, Ralph Michaels, Ross Benjamin. That show's going to be live, so you can jump on and ask them questions as well. You're going to get the best college football information. Cannot wait for this one. I will probably be in the chat section as well to pick those guys' brains and get as much information as possible, get us ready for college football. So thank you very much to everyone in the chat. Don't forget, Blitz coming up after this. We'll see you guys later. Good luck on your bets today. Take care.
5 free plays in Major League Baseball for Thursday, August 21st. Went 3-1-1 yesterday here on the Power 5. That's 3 winners, 1 loss, 1 push. Let's see if we can do it again today, or even better. We've got some national TV games to discuss, including the series opener of Red Sox Yankees. Stay tuned for that. Also, a reminder to go ahead and smash that like button whenever you do agree with one of the following free plays. As always, my hope is that you're going to agree with all 5. We got some day games, so let's get right into it. Mets Nationals, 4:05 Eastern. This will be your free game of the day on Amazon Prime. The Mets have now lost 15 of 20, and maybe without Brandon Nimmo today. However, I'd still take a small nibble with the Metropolitans on the money line in the series finale. Price a little bit cheaper on the Mets than it was for either of the previous 2 games, which they've split with the Nationals. Mets are going to be facing Mackenzie Gore today. Gore coming off back-to-back quality starts, yes, but before that, he'd been rocked for 6 or more runs in 3 of 4 starts, and the Nats are just 1-5 the last 6 times Gore has taken them out. Part of the reason for that is the Nats bullpen. Well, as you know, it continues to rank dead last in all of baseball in ERA. Nats are also a team that scores more on the road than they do here at home. So I think Mets starter Sean Manaea will be okay here. I like the Mets to take this series finale. Number 2 on the docket will be Padres Giants, 4:10 Eastern. This also a series finale after dropping the series opener. Padres have won each of the last 2 days. I like the under here, 8, as you can see on the screen. Tough to trust this Giants lineup, guys. It's been held to 1 run or fewer in 7 of the previous 10 games, including each of the last 2 here against the Padres. I know Justin Verlander will be starting for San Fran, and the team never seems to win with him on the mound. But Verlander has actually allowed 1 run or less in 4 of his previous 5 starts, so not his fault the team's not winning his starts as of late. On the other side, you got Dylan Cease starting for the Padres. Cease has been much better this season at home than on the road. At home, Cease's ERA 2 full points lower than it is on the road. Also, a 2.77 ERA in the daytime this year for Mr. Cease. As I mentioned earlier in the week, when I told you to bet the under in the series opener, that hit. This is a matchup, Padres-Giants, of the top two bullpens in all of MLB. So runs should be scarce yet again under 8. Before we get to the evening slate, quickly here, if you're catching this video early enough, hopefully you are, you can head on over to wt.buzz/BP, click the link in the description below, and get my 4% best bet for Thursday. If you're catching the show late, allow me to remind you, click subscribe if you already haven't done so. That way you're instantly notified when the Power 5 becomes available here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. But one more time, if it's still early, you got time. 4% best bet in MLB for Thursday. It goes early. Okay, back to the Power 5 now as we hit the evening slate. Red Sox, Yankees, marquee matchup of the day, 7:15 Eastern on Fox. When these teams met in Beantown back in mid-June, the Red Sox swept the 3-game series. Then they promptly traded Rafael Devers. But that trade, contrary to popular belief, did not sink the Red Sox season. They're still in wild card position, although they have now dropped 3 in a row. Had Wednesday off, which is worth noting, I think, getting an off day before a big series like this. But the Yankees, all of a sudden, they've turned it around, a 5-game win streak, and I'd back them as home favorites here. Luis Gil has looked good each of his last 2 starts for the Pinstripes. Meanwhile, I am not buying into Red Sox starter Lucas Giolito. He's got a 5.27 expected ERA and a 4.39 xFIP. Look for the Yankees to get it done here. Would play them on the money line. Number 4, Astros Orioles, also 7:15 Eastern. Some of you, I reckon only those living in Houston or Baltimore, will be getting this game instead of Red Sox Yankees on Fox tonight. And woo boy, the Astros have been bad of late. Allow me to use that very lame cliche. Houston, we have a problem. 4 straight losses. Astros have been shut out 4 of their last 6 games. 3 losses by 10 or more runs in the last 8 games. So that is why, when you look at the odds here, we have a first-place team as a slight underdog to a last-place team. Note, Orioles starter Brandon Young took a perfect game into the 8th inning of his last start, and that was against these very same Astros. Both O's wins in that series were shutouts, but the one game the Astros won over the Orioles last time was with Jason Alexander on the mound. No, I'm not talking about George from Seinfeld. I'm talking about the pitcher for the Astros, who has now made 3 straight quality starts and allowed only 4 runs total over his last 4 starts. So I like under 9. I would still play this at 8.5, which is where it's heading. Houston has scored more than 2 runs in just 2 of its last 8 games. All right, we're going to round things out now with Cardinals Rays, also at 7:15 Eastern. I don't think Cardinals should be favored on the road in this game. Simple as that. Tonight's starter, Sonny Gray, he gave up 6 runs in his most recent outing. He's also been bad on the road in general, particularly in the home run department. He's given up an average of 1.7 long balls per 9 innings away from Busch Stadium. I don't love Joe Boyle, who's starting for the Rays, but he's been better at home. Small sample size, but again, it's less about the pitchers and more about the price in this matchup for me. I make Tampa Bay a pretty clear favorite over St. Louis at home, so I would back them as underdogs here. All right, it is recap time here on the show. Let us now run through the 5 free plays one more time. Don't forget, catching this early, my best bet, a game I did not talk about here on the Power 5, is available. It's an early one, though, so you'll have to hurry. All right, number 1, Mets money line against the Nationals. I think they win the series. 2, we like Giants Padres under 8. Number 3, Yankees money line. I think the Pinstripes get the series with the Red Sox off on a positive note. Number 4, Astros Orioles under 9. The Astros are just putrid as of late. And number 5, Rays money line against the Cardinals. Disagree with the Cardinals being favored in that one. Okay, go ahead and comment down below with your thoughts on all of those plays. If there is a game I did not hit on and you would like my opinion on it, ask away. I hit on most of the games, though. If you just want to share what you're betting on Thursday, go ahead and do so. Always enjoy seeing you guys talk about what you're betting on. Then, after you're done commenting, head on over to wt.buzz/BP. BP. Again, click the link in the description below where you can take advantage of this very special offer. There you see it right there. You purchase a 30-day all-access pass. We will extend your subscription through the end of September at no additional cost. So in short, you're getting the rest of August free when you buy. The sooner you buy, the more plays you get. And if you choose to subscribe to me, this is good for all the WagerTalk handicappers, but if you're kind enough to subscribe to me, you're getting all my MLB, all my college football, all my NFL, all my soccer through the end of September. Not only have I not had a losing record in any month during 2025, but I'm up 59.2 units in college football since November 2023, and I'm number one in soccer, up 59.6 units since April of 2024. So be a part of the big finish to August and what's going to be a super September right now over at wt.buzz/BP. I went 66% with all football, NFL plus college last September. So that's what you're getting with me. Speaking of college football, today is the day, the big day. WagerTalk's brand new show, The Blitz, hosted by me, will be making its debut at 1 p.m. Eastern immediately following WagerTalk today. We will be live and taking your questions, so be sure to tune in. I'll be joined by my good friends Ross Benjamin and Ralph Michaels talking the complete Week 0 card, including, of course, Farmageddon between Iowa State and Kansas State. That is going to do it for this edition of the Power 5. I'll be talking to you later. I hope you enjoyed this video, though. Reminder, like and subscribe if you did. Again, be seeing you at 1 p.m. Eastern. Until then, let's cash some tickets. Can you believe we are less than 48 of the 2025 college football season? Of course, WagerTalk has you covered right here with free plays on all 5 Week 0 games. I am, of course, Brian Power, and welcome to the Blitz, where every Thursday throughout the college football season, we will be live at 1 p.m. Eastern, taking your questions on all of the weekend's big college football matchups. So start firing off those questions right now. All of you watching, you're in charge here. Anything you want to know about this Week 0 slate, we are here to answer. And fear not, I am not alone. Joining me today to break down Saturday's slate, including the big Iowa State-Kansas State matchup, our top 2 college football handicappers from last season. Let's welcome in my good friends, Ross Benjamin and Ralph Michaels, to the show. Ross and Ralph, obviously, the big game, Kansas State and Iowa State. Number 22 against number 17, a.k.a. Farmageddon. A little different this time around, though, as the game takes place over in Dublin, Ireland. Noon Eastern kickoff on ESPN. Looking at the odds, Kansas State currently a 3-point favorite, total up to 50.5, circa already at 51. Ralph, I'm going to start by going to you with our very first question. I want to talk about trends. You are a resident trend expert. By this time the game kicks off on Saturday, everyone is likely to be aware that Matt Campbell and Iowa State are 4-1 straight up and 5-0 ATS the last 5 years versus Chris Kleiman and Kansas State. My question to you, with all the roster turnover we're experiencing in the current climate of college football, does a trend like that matter less than it did, say, 5 to 10 years ago?
The trends, people, I use a lot of trends, Brian. I'll talk a lot of trends, and I'll talk about this and trends in this game. But I just have to start this season off by saying this. Trends are probably 15 to 20% of me breaking down and handicapping a game. And when you look at one team trend versus the others, I really don't pay attention to them, with the exception of this. I'm going to go back to the Snyder days at Kansas State. When you have an in-state rival and you want to continually kick their butt and make them your little sister, those are the type of rivalries that I don't mind. If you have a dominant team and they continue to cover. But when some teams are better and some teams are worse and they're playing each other every year, I really don't take those coaching trends into consideration.
All right. So it's not as big of a deal. Obviously, you look at what happened last year in this game as well. Kansas State could have won if it wasn't for some miscues. You go back to that game, they lose 29-22, and the Kansas State was done in by a couple turnovers. They had a field goal blocked, a safety, failed on 2 4th and shorts. Ross, let me bring you in next here. We're going fast here. And this game being in Dublin, Ireland, obviously a huge part of the handicap. And conventional wisdom is, okay, these teams are traveling. It's an unfamiliar setting. So they're going to start slow. But I looked up, okay, the last 3 season openers over in Ireland. This will be the 4th year in a row college football opens across the Atlantic. The first half scoring has seen at least 28 points in those 3 games. So is there anything you're looking at? I mean, I know that's probably going to be a popular question here about the first half. There's been a lot of talk. Being that this is a conference matchup, do you think that maybe they're going to start slower, or is there something to those fast starts we've seen in previous years?
Yeah, I don't put a lot of stock in that. One of those games was Notre Dame and Navy, and Notre Dame put up all the points that you're talking about, over 28 in the first half. So I will tell you this, one trend, Ralph, I think will hold up is the over and under of 70% on whether it's over or under 70% of the crowd being intoxicated. So I would say it's over 70% is a best bet, Ralph. I know you like those type of things. So
are you saying Kelly Stewart is going to be at the game drinking? Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, well, she's a trendsetter right there. You know what I mean? But in terms of that, Brian, it's a great question. And no, I don't look at that. I think every individual matchup on a neutral field is its own separate entity. And just because the game's being played in Ireland, your logic of you think they would start slow, with the time difference, which could be anywhere from 6 to 9 hours, depending on the teams that are playing in the game. I think I would put more emphasis on the fact that you mentioned that loss by Kansas State in the regular season finale against Iowa State, and revenge factor in these types of situations. First game out of the box on a neutral field, the continuity, the coaching staffs. But I like Kansas State here. I just think that with the experience, with the revenge factor and the fact they're a small favorite in this game, if I can get 150 or less on the money line, which is highly improbable at this point, that's the route I would go. But I wouldn't hesitate to lay the 3 points here with an experienced Kansas State team that brings back 14 starters, also bringing in 14 transfers out of the portal. I love Chris Kleeman. He's done a terrific job in his first 6 years at Kansas State, 48-28 straight up, 9-4 last year. And Matt Campbell, by the way, 3-6 in Big 12 openers since he arrived on campus in Ames, Iowa. So I am going to go with, I like Kansas State here. I have a lean toward Kansas State in this opening game in Dublin, Ireland.
Ralph, I'll get your take on that in just a second. I just want to follow up with a couple other things here. On the Iowa State side, quarterback Rocco Becht is back, but without his top 2 receivers from last season, guys. Both of them trying to make an NFL roster, ironically, both with the Texans. And it's worth mentioning, this just isn't any 2 receivers that they lost. The Cyclones were the only team in the country besides Ohio State that had 2 1,000-yard receivers last year. So it's going to be really interesting to see if a revamped receiver room, guys, could take advantage of what is a retooled K-State secondary. That is my one area of concern with Kansas State. I see in the comment section, people are talking about Avery Johnson, maybe rushing yards over. He is the key to that offensive success, guys, with his feet. Threw a school record, or was accounted for a school record 25 touchdowns last year. 10 interceptions, though. We have to cut that down. They have to cut that down to turnovers. He's fully healthy, though, being that it's the first game of the season, is quarterback Avery Johnson. So, Ralph, this game here, Kansas State, Iowa State, obviously it's the one everyone's going to be most interested in. Side total, is there what attracts, what's piqued your interest here the most?
Well, you look at 2 experienced quarterbacks returning, as you mentioned, but the unit that jumps out to me the most, guys, is the O-line for Iowa State. Iowa State returns all 5 starters, and all 5 starters started at least 6 games. And in their career, 56, 60, they have almost 90 career games started. So that to me is a big advantage early in the year. You look at the Kansas State D-line, they do return all 3 of the 4 D-lines. They have a great linebacker in Romaine. He's probably the best defensive player on the field. Maybe Jontez Williams, the cornerback from Iowa State. Those are by far the 2 best defensive players. But again, it is the O-line which has me leaning with Iowa State. It's not going to be a play of mine. But I do want to mention, too, I like the under. Now, I am going against a little bit what you said, Brian, about those international games getting off to a quick start. But let's remember this. Iowa State is an under team under their head coach. You look at when Iowa State's been a dog or a small favorite. They've been a dog or a small favorite 90 times, and they are 35.6% to the over. That is 64% to the under. So anytime I have Iowa State, I sort of lean to the under first. It doesn't mean I'm going to bet that. But just like I also talked about playing a conference game in game 1, you're familiar with these teams. You know their patterns. Even if they have a new coach, you are still familiar with some of the players. So I went back to 2021. In game 1, if there's a conference game, the underdog is 14-6-1 against the spread. That is 70%. And the over-under is 5-16. That is 76% to the under. So I'm not going to base a play on those things, but I like the logic of having a conference dog that is used to being a dog and plays well in that role with the best offensive line here against 2 teams that are very familiar with each other.
All right. That's Kansas State, Iowa State there. And yes, our own Kelly Stewart will be in the stadium. Please, on X, follow at Kelly in Vegas. I'm sure she will be tweeting pictures throughout the contest. I was in Dublin a few years ago, guys, and yes, it is indeed a very, very good, easy place to have a good time, I would say. All right, what do you say? Let's talk about a different game here. Obviously, there's more than just Kansas State, Iowa State. There's a break in the action in the afternoon. There's UNLV's taking on Idaho State at 4:30, but let's skip to the FCS matchups in the evening and stay in the Big 12. Kansas, they're going to take on Fresno State. Ralph, I know because I followed you on WagerTalk today earlier this week that you have a free play on that game looking at the total, but let me throw it to Ross first here. Is there anything on the side you're looking at? Everyone I'm talking to all week says, BP, we've got Kansas power rated north of 2 touchdowns on this game, but I don't know. So talk about the game in general, and a follow-up question I've got for you, you can address this right away, is how much do power ratings matter in week 0, week 1? My guess is a little bit less relative to the rest of the season.
Well, I'm glad you asked.
Thank you.
Power ratings don't mean a hell of a lot to me early on because they're projections, That's my opinion. Now, if you have your own power ratings and you've been successful in creating those, that's another story. But generally speaking, power ratings early in the year can sometimes be deceiving, and there's not a lot to go on. So again, it's all projection based. I mean, in terms of a side here, again, I don't like betting chalks all the time, but again, I'm going to turn to the chalk here in Kansas. They're the more experienced team. And you look at Fresno, they've gone to 4 straight bowl games, but they're going through a coaching change, and no longer there, Jeff Tedford, because of health reasons. Coach Entz takes over at Fresno State, and a big transformation, 10 new assistant coaches, 21 new players brought in the transfer portal, all mid-year players, meaning not freshmen, but players that have played elsewhere and opted to go to Fresno State. So the continuity, they may have an experience factor, but the continuity of a new coaching staff and new players is very concerning to me in a season opener against a team with more continuity, with a established coaching staff that's been there for a while. And, I really like Lance Leipold, Brian. I think he's a very underrated head coach. He turned the program around at the University of Buffalo. They went 5-7 last year, but look, they started 1-5 and they lost some heartbreakers. They finished the year 4-2 in their last 6, and they pulled off 3 outright upsets as underdogs against some pretty good competition. And those opponents were Iowa State. Also, it escapes me. BYU was another one. But anyway, three upset losses. Help me out if you know that third team, Brian.
Well, I'll let the people know, if you were a client of mine down the stretch last season, we cashed Kansas 5 straight weeks. They were a team, we had written about it extensively. They were a victim. You mentioned losing some heartbreakers early in the season, Ross. They were on the wrong end of a lot of close game variance. That BYU game, if you remember, that was crazy because BYU, correct me if I'm wrong, someone in the chat, they were still undefeated, I believe, at the time, and Kansas beat them. So, yeah.
On the road, beside.
Yes, in Provo. That was a wild finish, if memory serves me correct. Ralph, I know you like the total in this game. These are two offenses that like to play slow, pardon me. As Kansas, they like to usually use all the play clock, a lot of pre-snap motion. Fresno, Ross mentioned the coaching change. They're going to move a little slower as well. And there's not a lot returning on either of these offenses in the respective receiver room. So I think I have an idea where you might be going with this total.
Yeah, or the defenses. Let me just say this. I do like the under, but, I am well aware that, Fresno State, new coach, new coordinators, they lost 8 of their top 10 tacklers, but Kansas lost 9 of their top 11. So both defenses are in the same boat. Fresno State's going to run a lot. You want to talk about a coach that likes to run. Here's something when you guys head to the bar tomorrow. Ask them, hey guys, there's 4 FBS games tomorrow. Which one pairs a pair of national championship head coaches? Well, we know Lance Leopold at Wisconsin Whitewater, I think, has 6 Division III playoffs. Well, Matt Entz at North Dakota State, he won 2 FCS national championships. So we have a coach that knows how to win. I think he was 60-11 in his seasons there. He left, spent 1 year at the USC linebacking coach, and brought a couple USC guys with him here. Matt Entz will run the ball. He will run the ball often, and they will be very slow paced. They do bring in an experienced quarterback. E.J. Warner, son of the Hall of Famer Kurt. Thank you. At Temple, he cost me a couple bets a couple years ago. He really matured last year at Rice. It was night and day what he did at Rice relative to Temple. It is tough playing for a third straight team in 3 years, but again, he has 21 games of starting experience, and I do like him. Kansas's O-line, 3 new starters. Again, but Fresno State is very inexperienced. But Kansas is a team to me that doesn't run up the score. You look at their last 4 games as a double-digit favorite. Not only are they 0-4 against the spread, they have failed to cover those games by a total of 40 points. So they're failing to cover those games as a double-digit by 10 points per game. And when you look at game number 1, season openers, when you have a favorite of 7 or more, those teams are only 45.2% the last 3 years. Again, not a wow number, but clearly something you have to think about. Because if you have an FBS team on deck and you're a big favorite in home one, that clearly changes the dynamic as well. And if you look at teams in the season opener that are a favorite by 7 or more with a total of 55 or lower, a lower total, laying over a touchdown, those teams are only 42.3% against the spread. Now, those lean towards Fresno State. I will say this. My Kansas power rating numbers have Kansas favored by 15.5, but I completely agree with Ross. Up until 3 or 4 years ago, I used to completely trust my power ratings week 1. Now with the transfer portal, I don't even look at them till basically week 4 until we start playing conference games. So I do them. I have them. I will continue to update them weekly. But again, I put very, very little stock into them the first month of the season.
All right, guys, keep those comments coming. You see one there right on your screen from Roger Long. I think we would all agree that it is a different era of college football now with NIL and the chance to throw. Ross, yes, you had something to say?
Yeah, I wanted to interject a couple more points. To Ralph's point about playing slow, Fresno State in a spring scrimmage this year, 25 straight running plays in a row. So that tells me Coach Entz wants to play a physical brand of football, and control both interior lines. But on the offensive side of the ball, that speaks volumes to me. I'm not saying they're going to run 25 times in a row in this game, but it's certainly worth noting. Also, keep in mind, folks, this will be Kansas' first game in their newly renovated stadium at home,
Yes.
Memorial Stadium. So, you always got to look at the emotional standpoint too. So something to consider when handicapping the game.
Yeah, great point. I was going to bring that up too about the stadium, Ross. That may have played a role in them being a disappointment last year, Kansas. By the way, the third team they upset down the stretch last year, I cannot believe we forgot that it was Colorado. We should be ashamed that we would forget Deion Sanders with all the media coverage he got in Boulder last season. Ralph, you mentioned the great trend about Kansas as a double-digit favorite. Well, those of you who start feeling a little frisky, perhaps on Saturday evening and want to bet Fresno State on the money line, I got one for you here that you may want to buyer beware about unloading on Fresno State money line. 0-30 straight up are the Bulldogs. The last 30 times they have been an underdog of 12 or more. So there you go. They typically don't win when they are an underdog of this size, but it seems like somebody likes them here.
One more point, Brian. One more point. Jalen Daniels, their quarterback, who was hurt from the majority of last season, returns. He is deemed to be fully healthy as he had off-season knee surgery. If he could stay healthy, Kansas is a much better team with him at quarterback.
Shout out to Jeffrey, by the way, in our comments section. I am not ignoring you, Jeffrey. By the way, I did see your comment right there about when you want an under, you send BP to the game. Yes, by the way, I'll get just because I feel so bad that you thought I was ignoring your comment. I'll be letting you know this Wednesday, I'll be at Progressive Field taking in the Guardians and the Orioles. So you guys all know what to do when I go to a day game. Bet the under. All right, but that's baseball. We're talking college football here today on the Blitz. Let's move to Hawaii and Stanford. I don't know if you guys remember this. 2 years ago, Hawaii took a ton of money. They were playing Stanford at the season opener, and things didn't go well for Hawaii. Now, that was in Palo Alto. This one is on the island. Ross, I did see you at a free play on the side of this game. Everyone's betting Hawaii again. Stanford, oh boy. It's not, they had what I believe we like to call a tumultuous offseason with the firing of the head coach in the spring. Andrew Luck has taken over the program. Frank Reich is now an interim head coach. Just basically, I think, doing his old buddy Andrew Luck a favor here. Hawaii's taking a lot of money. Do we follow the money here out on the island?
Early on in the process here, I don't get too caught up on the money going both ways. It does tell me something when a Power 4 conference school like Stanford is playing maybe a mediocre Mountain West Conference team like Hawaii, mediocre at best, and the money's going toward the Mountain West Conference team. So again, it's usually when you see public money going in a game like this, you look at the fact that the Power 4 conference team's a small underdog and they think they're getting a steal by taking them, but that's not been the case here. Having said all that, again, Hawaii 5-7 a season ago. 3 of their 7 losses came by 3 points or fewer. Experienced team coming back. And here's the thing with Hawaii. They didn't bring anybody in of significance on the transfer portal, and they didn't lose anybody of significance on the transfer portal. 14 returning starters. Again, a head coach that's been there. He's going into his 4th year now with the continuity of the coaching staff and also continuity of the roster. And you hear me use the word continuity is very important to me in college football and early season matchups. And then you look at the other side of the coin. Stanford just has been decimated by the transfer portal. They lost 2 quarterbacks. They lost 20 players to the transfer portal. And this is a team, a program, I should say, 3-9 the last 4 seasons, identical 3-9 records, just 10-35 against FBS opponents. And what strikes me in terms of the state of the program is you just mentioned it, Brian. It's awful unusual to see somebody with an interim tag as a head coach going in to game 1. and that's the case with Frank Reich. And you know, it's how much confidence could I place in a program right now that's in that state with an interim head coach. Now, Frank Reich's a proven head coach, right? Had some success at Indianapolis, had some success as an offensive coordinator in the NFL, but it just speaks to me of the condition of the program at Stanford and a little more stability going on right now at Hawaii. And I don't care what the money says right now. Sometimes the public wins, Brian, and I think this could be one of those cases. I like Hawaii on the money line here. You're not going to get me to lay 2.5. And if I'm not mistaken, Hawaii, as we speak, is, let me see what they are on the money line here, Brian, real quickly. I believe they were minus 130 the last I looked. But right now, okay. So I still will take them on the money line. I'll always look to use the money line, Brian, anything on a favorite that's minus 2.5 or less.
Okay, well, we've got a question here from the aforementioned Jeffrey. You mentioned that you liked K-State as well in the earlier game, Ross. Yep. A K-State Hawaii money line parlay. Would that be a solid pick in your opinion?
Yeah, I would have to say so based on my opinions on both games, right? But here's the thing with me, Brian. You guys talked about this off air. You'll never get me to recommend a parlay. I don't care. It's tough enough to win one game, you know, when you're asking to win 2 games, and yeah, rightfully so, to answer his question, it would make perfect logic based on my opinions on who I like on the sides to say that's a solid parlay. I don't know. You're going to get long odds, obviously, with Kansas State. But I'm not an advocate of parlays, but in this particular instance, to answer the gentleman's question, yes, it would make sense.
Ralph, any thoughts on that right there on money line? Is that something you also like to stay away from?
There's an occasion where I do. I use it when it's closer to almost like an NFL teaser type lines. When I'm looking at those, I'm not going to lay the money line on double digit. And I think when you bet a parlay, you're already, especially when you're betting favorites, you're already losing value, right? Because if you bet 2 games, you win them both, you're winning 4 units. You bet 2 games on a parlay, you're winning 2.4 units. So right there, they're taking away the value. Now, there are times when I do have a couple underdogs and, we money line parlay those, but that's sort of 1 to win, 8 to 1, more fun bets than they are your actual wagers. So I agree. I'm never going to say never, but I don't use many in college because, your line, that line of 2.5 is based on what bookmakers think. It's much different than going into November when you have an NFL team that's a 4-point favorite, that you have an entire body of work. That is the legitimate number. So I am more scared betting money lines early because you're just basing a money line on what Vegas thinks week 1 without having seen them. So I certainly wouldn't do it week 1 because there's so much more randomness.
I stand corrected, Brian, that Kansas State is just minus 155, minus 160, but I still stand by my reasoning why I would stay away from there. Ralph, you're absolutely correct. I mean, you go 1-1, you lose the parlay. You go 1-1, you're losing just a little bit of juice. So on the straight side. So,
And people say there's only value on a dog. There are plenty of times when you can lay minus 300 as a favorite. If you believe a team is minus 400, there's nothing square about laying 3 to 1, especially things like UFC and tennis where you're finding a lot more value. So don't fall in the trap that you can only find value on money lines betting the dogs. If you are doing your due diligence and you're into the season and they've passed your eye test and you believe a number should be much higher, it's 100% okay to bet the money line on those favorites in that role.
Yeah, I see.
If they're going to give you the dog, take the points, right, Ralph? I mean,
yeah. On those money lines, right? They're going to pay you 4. They're giving you back 3. You bet it on the line. You're going to be laying 7.5 or taking 7.5. So again, the juice on the money line gets to be so inflated that you really lose the value on the dogs on the higher line games.
Yeah, I see that question in the comments right about Frank Reich. Ross mentioned his tenure at the Colts, guys. I thought at the end of his tenure with the Colts, it looked like the game had passed Frank Reich by, quite frankly. I don't mean to disparage, man. Again, he's doing a solid for his friend Andrew Luck here at Stanford. I think this is that's another issue with Stanford. Why I don't think they're going to be very good. It's a lame duck head coach, guys. Yeah. He was running, I thought, again towards the end of that tenure in Indianapolis, what was an antiquated offense by modern football standards, and the game had passed by. Titan CT, I saw you in the comment section saying, I don't think the tree is drunk quite yet. That is probably true, being that it is only Thursday, but that is a long flight. Perhaps the Stanford tree, their esteemed mascot, could be channeling his inner Wade Boggs in that flight across the Pacific Ocean there. And yes, there was an issue many years ago that I have joked about before here on WagerTalk's YouTube channel with the Stanford tree having a habit of being absolutely hammered during the game.
Brian, I want to add one thing to that. Don't be so quick to think Stanford has to make a long trip to Hawaii. That trip to Hawaii is less than flying to Miami of Florida now in the ACC. So they're used to those long flights. Plus, Hawaii, you don't have that rest of getting a week flying home, having to prep, fly back out. They probably have been there, done that to relax. They're under no pressure. So don't let the travel affect you at all for this game one.
Yeah. What something Stanford should be worried about, though, not necessarily maybe the travel. Ralph, I think, makes an excellent point that with, the ACC, Stanford's on the Pacific coast. The fact they're in the ACC is a little laughable, but whatever. That's the world we're living. So they're used to the long trips now. But what they do need to worry about is this receiver room, guys. Do you know how many returning receptions they have from last year's team? One reception back. That's not good for this first game. Not a lot of experience out wide there for Stanford. If you're looking for an alternate, I'm going to throw this out to the chat here. If you don't want to play Hawaii money line anymore, Stanford team total under is worth a look as well. I think this Cardinal team is really going to struggle offensively early in the season. I know Hawaii is not a defensive stalwart. Obviously, they're known for offense, the run and shoot. But I think Stanford's going to struggle to score points in this one. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that. Or we can just move to another game where I think there's going to be a lot of points, quite frankly.
I just want to bring up one thing. And Ross mentioned that, being in Hawaii, they didn't lose transfers. They didn't gain transfers. So they sort of sat packed. When I look at their defense, they're returning starters from last year that started 13 games. Two starters started 13 games on the D-line. You have a nickelback and a linebacker that combined for 23 starts. And your DBs, they started 18 games. And Verto Edwards was injured last year. He was an 11-game starter in 2023. If I have a player who was started every game and then he missed an entire year for injury, I actually count him as a returning starter. So when you have DBs, all 4 DBs started for the team last year, except Edwards started the year before, and they all are very experienced. To me, I think the Hawaii defense is probably going to be the surprise unit on this field.
Okay, yeah, that's a 7:30 start, by the way, guys. This is not a late night degenerate special. This is not, you can't wait around till midnight here on the East Coast to play Hawaii. No, it's 7:30 Eastern on CBS. There is a game I referenced that I think there will be plenty of points. However, while I don't think Stanford's offense is very good, a game where I think there's going to be plenty of points, guys, is this Western Kentucky Sam Houston State situation. I believe this total at one point got as low as 59, but boy, has over money shown this week. Numbers back up to 61, 61.5, depending on your book. What have these two defenses lost relative to last year? Well, let me tell you, Western Kentucky lost their top 12 tacklers from last season. Not to be outdone, Sam Houston State lost their top 16 tacklers from last season. Every year, we always try to guess who's going to be the most improved defense in the country. Well, I'm going to just go on the record right now and say I think Sam Houston State going to be in contention for the least improved defense in the country. They are going to give up a ton of points, gang. Phil Longo is the new head coach there. He was a terrible fit as the offensive coordinator in Wisconsin. No one in Madison wanted to run an air raid, but Longo here at Sam Houston should get a chance to implement his offensive system. Western Kentucky also runs an air raid, guys. So it's air raid versus air raid. The Hilltoppers bring in the OC and quarterback from Abilene Christian, who put up big numbers at the FCS level. The quarterback, Maverick McIver, great quarterback name, by the way. So I don't know if you have anything on this game. To me, guys, it's over or pass as we go to Conference USA.
Yeah, I'm going to pass on this one, guys. Too much inexperience on both sides of the ball for both teams. Phil Longo, first-year head coach. There's no value to me, even with the over. I mean, it's all projection on being an air raid offense and not a lot of returning defensive players on both sides of the ball, but it still doesn't mean that the offenses are going to be very good. So we'll see.
Yeah. It's a good point, Ross. Obviously, it is all based on projections. And Ralph, I guess I'll throw it to you now. In taking the over, I guess the only question, we know these defenses are both going to be bad, but week 0, are the offenses going to be up to snuff, so to speak, to take advantage of those bad defenses?
Well, again, that's the reason, you go to week 1. Is this worth a play or not? And for me, it's not, just because they come back so inexperienced. They are bringing back a quarterback in Hunter Watson that started 12 games last year, is Sam Houston. But, they're 10-game. I think they won 10 games last year. It is one of the most fake 10-win teams we've had in college football. They went 6-0 on close games, which means they won every close game. They were plus 12 turnovers, which in a medium ranked team, it's almost impossible for them to have double-digit turnovers in back-to-back years. Unless you're one of the elite defenses, that normally doesn't happen. But Longo is going to go to the air raid. Before Wisconsin, I agree with you. Why Wisconsin would hire Longo, I have no idea. But prior to that, he was the OC at North Carolina for a couple years and Ole Miss for a couple years. And that's the type of pace and that you're going to see. He's still going to want to run the ball a lot, and they will. McIver, as you said, for Western Kentucky, we know they're going to press the pace. He has 30 starts over 3 years at Abilene Christian. So let's see. They brought in some other quarterback from an FCS team, 5 or 6 years ago, who ended up going to the New England Patriots as a pretty good draft pick. So we'll see if they continue to make that work. To me, it would be over or nothing for me. But I did come up with this interesting tidbit. When you look at a team on the road in game 1, they're playing an FBS team, and next week in week 2, they have a conference home game. So we know, unless you're an elite Big Ten or SEC team, these early games don't mean much. Your goal is to win your conference. If you're a MAC team, a Sun Belt team, a Team USA team, your entire goal is to win the conference. So those teams that on the road to start the season, playing an FBS team with a home conference game on deck, only 9-22 against the spread, and only 3-12, 20% against the spread since 2017. And to me, that makes total sense. Let's get the win. We're not going to worry about pushing the score up. We're going to get some young guys experienced, and let's get ready to start our conference record at 1-0 7 days from now.
Yes, Steve Duke in the comment section makes an excellent point. This is Bearcat with a K at Sam Houston. I don't know. I guess they want to be different. But all right. I mentioned at the top that these are our 2 top college football handicappers from last year. I was in the top 5 as well, not to be outdone. Obviously, we've been breaking down these games for you here the last half hour. We want these guys to have a little bit of time to tell you what they've got cooking this weekend over at WagerTalk.com. Ross, throw to you first. College football kicking off, obviously, less than 48 hours. We've still got Major League Baseball, the NFL preseason, a lot going on. Talk to the people about what you've got going on for this weekend over at your page.
Yeah, I don't think I'll have a lot going on this weekend in college football. Look, folks, just because there's 4 games on the board doesn't mean you have to bet them. And I know that sounds counterproductive to what we do for a living, but the bottom line is I'm out to make money. And I was number 1 in college football last year in units earned, number 1 over the last 2 seasons in units earned combined in college football. And I probably aren't going to do anything when it comes to college football this weekend. But my Major League Baseball, by the way, folks, number 1 in Major League Baseball this season, 2025 season. So having a nice run of 84-52 since early May, up over 89 units in Major League Baseball. So you're going to see me go full bore in week 1. I don't think I'll be doing anything, if much at all, in week 0, Brian.
Okay. But hey, when the man gets involved, you want to pay attention. Again, wt.buzz/RB. Ralph, How about you this weekend? What do you got going on over at WagerTalk.com?
Well, again, I'm going to pass in college football. I've learned with the transfer portal, it's always better to leave a winner off than put a loser on. Remember, if you're forcing plays and you split, you're losing 10% juice. That's how you burn your profit throughout the year. So nothing for me, but I do have I like the preseason card. I do have a preseason NFL play for tonight. And we have a great special at WagerTalk. You buy September, get the rest of August for free. So you can get week 3 preseason. You can get week 1 college football. And remember, with Labor Day on the 1st, this is the first September in 7 years where we've had 4 NFL weeks. So buying September is a full 4 weeks of college football, a full 4 weeks of NFL football. You're getting my Nerfy plays and August for free. WT.buzz/RM. Oh, by the way, my college football and NFL plays rated 4% and 5%, 17 and 2, 90%.
Wow. All right. I am firing this weekend in college football. And believe it or not, unprecedented move. I will have a 5% play on Saturday. So check that out at WT.buzz/BP. Yes, I was in the top 5 leaderboard as well last season in college football. You go back to November of 2023, guys, up over 59 units in college football. So it's been back-to-back great seasons on the college gridiron. And we get off to great starts as well. Ralph referenced that tremendous special where you can be covered all the way through September. Don't forget, the sooner you buy, the more picks you get, because when you buy a 30-day all access, we're going to extend you all the way through the end of September. So that's basically getting August free of charge. And last September, guys, I hit a combined 66% in the NFL in college. So really excited to get things off on the right foot this season. You also get not just we've heard these guys talk about Major League Baseball, NFL. I do soccer as well. I know not everybody loves soccer, but I love soccer because I'm number 1 in soccer here at WagerTalk since April 2024, up nearly 60 units of profit on the pitch. Almost as obscure as soccer for some would be UNLV, Idaho State. We want to leave no stone unturned here on the Blitz, guys. This is an FBS-FCS matchup. I would look to the over in this game for those of you who are interested in betting this game. Idaho State is the FCS team. The defense is bad. I think UNLV is going to be able to run all day on them. Now, UNLV has an interesting situation at quarterback. They bring in 2 transfers. First of all, I hate the Dan Mullen hire. I'm just going to come out and say that right now. Guys who get hired from the booth, I don't love it. We've seen the Trent Dilfer. I can't believe he's still stealing a paycheck at UAB. Not saying Dan Mullen's going to be as bad as him, but I think it's going to be I love UNLV under 8.5 wins. They're going to win this game against Idaho State, but the 2 transfers they have in at quarterback could not be more different. Alex Orji, who could not throw the ball last year at Michigan at all. I mean, they just gave up. I mean, it was like the 1940s Army offense with him in there. And then you have Calandria, who transfers in from Virginia. All he does is throw deep passes. So the Idaho State defense, man, it's going to be, when UNLV is going to be switching these quarterbacks back and forth, the Idaho State defense is going to be on its heels. For those of you who think, well, all right, for this game to get over, it's got to be all UNLV. Maybe we look at UNLV's team total over. Idaho State could score, guys. This is an FCS offense that can score. So I would look at the over. It would be over or pass if you are interested in that game. Again, we want to leave no stone unturned here on the Blitz. So with such a small slate, I thought I'd throw that in there. Yes, Ralph.
I do want to say this, live in Vegas, actually been gone for a couple months down in Florida, but even though you may not like the Dan Mullen hire, it has clearly helped their transfer portal this year because people want to come in and play for an SEC coach. Much different than Trent Dilfer playing for a small-time coach who was a quarterback. You're playing for an SEC coach, and their transfer portal is indicative of that. They had many people that should have never gone to UNLV to play for this year. If he can mesh that talent, we'll see. But again, he did get their recruiting numbers up very high. We'll see if he could turn it into a nice coaching job as well.
Yeah, a lot of P4 transfers that they did get. That's a very good point, Ralph.
The other thing I would mention with Dan Mullen, I agree with you, Brian, is I don't like when you hire a coach at the FCS level who's been fired twice at the FBS level. So it doesn't always translate to success just because he's coached in the SEC actually at 2 schools. So and look, I think to Ralph's point, the NIL money, there's no excuse why a town like Las Vegas can't establish some really good NIL money for UNLV, especially off the success of which they saw last year. So it'll be interesting to see what transpires and how well that transfer class really is at UNLV.
Yeah, the other thing to watch with Mullen is he angling for a bigger job? That's something to look at, because I mean, here's a guy who coached the SEC. He's at UNLV. Is his agent already like, all right, let's have 1 or 2 good years here and then go back to a Power 4 conference?
Took the job because Odom showed that you can do that at UNLV. You can be having enough success. So I think it is to hit. It's not quite reaching the bottom of the barrel. You know, he reached the middle of the barrel. Let's see if he bounces up or down. I will say this: I think the UNLV program as a whole is very disappointed they weren't invited to the Pac-12. I thought they all thought they were going to be invited, and then they went a different direction. The last team with Texas State. I don't even know if that's final yet, but I know that was pretty much what was to be said and done. But I don't think that'll carry over here. But if they get off to a bad start early in the season, those are the type of things that can really wear on a team and have them fade down the stretch, you know, if you're playing poorly.
All right. Dan Mullen makes the move from the booth back to the sidelines. However, I make the promise to you that I will be here every Thursday live. I am not going anywhere. We're here with the Blitz, WagerTalk's new college football show. We're going to be taking your questions, breaking down all the big games. We'll be back next week. A much larger slate, obviously, in week 1 than in week 0. Boy, do we have some big games, too, like Ohio State and Texas, LSU and Clemson to break down, Notre Dame and Miami on Sunday. I would like to thank both Ross Benjamin and Ralph Michaels for joining me here on this very first show.
Brian, one question.
Brian Power. And
next
Ralph,
week,
the floor is yours.
Sorry, next week we're breaking down every ranked versus ranked game, right? Plus answering some questions. So if you guys want the big games covered, the Blitz is the place to do it.
Absolutely. No stone unturned, like I said earlier. So for Ross, Ralph, I'm Brian Power. Until next time, let's cash some tickets.